So, because we're not sure if Miss Chaotica is going to be here, we are going to do the episode 0, the recap episode that I talked about several weeks back that we tried to do and it didn't work out for various reasons. But we have the 3 players that we have here of Dagana, Samir, and Vander have been in this since the beginning and have been a part of every single episode that happened, or they weren't actually episodes, every session that happened before we started streaming the show. So we're sort of going to go through everything that happened, and we'll get sort of their opinions, how they remember it. It'll be sort of helpful for us to relive where we've been and where we're going, and more importantly, hello YouTube. For those of you who want to know what happened before we started streaming and sort of some of the things the players reference, this will be your chance. So we will have an online record of everything that has occurred story-wise. So it will be a sort of complete record of some sort. You won't have seen the highs and lows, but that's what it is. So that's what we're going to do. Let me bring in all the players here. Unmute myself, and we'll bring them in.
But I use it for my
there we go.
my laptop. It's nicely on top of it, so.
Nice.
Okay, so you guys are live, so everyone can hear you now.
Hello.
Everyone.
And I'm going to do something about that placeholder icon because it will trigger my OCD all night long.
Yes.
All night. Oh night. Oh night.
And if Chaotica finds a stable connection and she jumps on within the first hour and a half or so, we'll switch to the main show. But we'll see how far we get in all of this.
Cool.
Where would I have put you guys' little placeholder stuff? That was the problem with having too much stuff.
Move this down because I slouched too much, apparently.
You did PM it to us at one point.
Yep.
So that might be a place to search.
Here we go. I got it. I got it.
My problem is not that I slouch, but I sit crooked. It's always been
you're
a way.
the gangsta lean.
Yes, I'm always leaning.
I'm a big sloucher, and it's bad.
That's why I'm standing. Because for years, I mean, it was this for, I don't know, from 5 on upward. And, did you guys now this was in the 80s, did you guys have to be tested for, like, scoliosis when you were a kid? No?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I
Not
knew
that
the lice tests, like when they would always put the little chopsticks in your hair for lice.
Yeah,
We didn't have
right.
that.
I remember that. Chat, did anyone else do that? Or is that just a Northern Indiana weird
Wait,
thing?
did they like knock on your back at all?
I think so. Yeah.
I think I did that, but that was not at school. It was just at the doctor's office.
Okay. Well, I remember having that done as a kid, and everything was fine and whatnot. And then, get to be in your 20-somethings. And, okay, there you go. Must be an Indiana thing, right? And got into the 20s, started getting, like, back pain or shoulder pain, like, pinched nerve, everything would tighten up. So went to the doctor and everything, and they did x-rays and all that malarkey. And he's like, okay, you have extremely mild scoliosis, but it's enough that it is, something in there is pinching on a nerve in your spine, and that nerve pinch causes the muscle to clench and blah, 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 blah. How much do you use the computer? A lot.
Several.
How do you sit at the computer? Poorly. There you go.
Oh, well.
I actually had not a friend, but a friend of a friend who was like, yeah, if you ever sit and study or sit at the computer for a long time, if you put on a corset, it forces you to sit upright. And she's like, yeah, I always wear a corset when I study so that I don't end up doing this.
I mean, it makes
It makes
logical sense, but
uncomfortable.
I don't know what men are supposed to do.
They make man corsets. I'll Google it for you.
Oh, God.
And of course, I mean, aren't those called cummerbunds?
If only. If I could wear a cummerbund every day, just be like, what are you doing? Where's the rest of your tuxedo? I felt like only wearing the cummerbund today.
It's for sitting. Don't worry about it.
It's
do you find-
medical.
It's medical.
It's medical, and then he drinks like this.
How do you find the standing desk?
And you have to curl your mustache at all times.
Oh God.
One of those lifting belts.
Yeah, true. Good point. You could do that. Yeah. I'm going to the gym afterwards. What? It just happens to look like a cummerbund. Shut the fuck up.
How do you find the standing desk? Because it just makes me think back to having to stand in church. My legs getting sore and being like in one spot.
It does take a little bit. It definitely takes some getting used to. But there is, like, you know how after you've been sitting at the computer for a while and you realize, shit, I'm all hunched over and everything, and this is, you're like, okay, fine, I'll be good about it, blah, 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 blah.
5 minutes.
But
then you feel weird too if you're like just sitting with really good posture.
also true, yeah.
You're
But
not
standing, you have no chance. You have no option. Like,
Right.
if you know immediately if you're hunched over or whatnot. Yeah, McKay, we are beginning from the beginning. The beginning. I'm actually changing Roll20 here so we can go from the start, which also means I gotta find some other stuff from long ago.
Long time ago.
Okay. Because this was, yeah, we've sort of moved it a little bit forward due to working hours for some people now being strange. Okay, I need to get the players in here so they can actually see what we're doing. Or, no, we can use the old one. We can use that one. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, because we're short one player and we didn't want to completely go without a show other than my little DM prep things for like 3 weeks or however long it's been. So I've been wanting to do this for some time to get it up on the YouTube page eventually, so figured we might as well make the most of it. So we're going to start at the very beginning from when the players, I don't want to say literally, but got off the boat.
Well, like what? We're tavern. It all starts with a man in a tavern.
Isn't that D&D?
Did it?
No, it started with a
There was
bird.
a fish
True.
salesman.
Technically,
Fishmonger.
Backstory.
Yeah,
is started with
backstory.
all of us in with the man in a tavern.
everyone
That's true. The
everyone got, so when we decided to put this game together, originally it was Dagana, Samir, and Vander, the 3 players we have here, and then we had a dragonborn named Bookearth, who's going to be our 4th at the start. I'm just talking as I'm finding our map here. And so what I did was they decided on the characters that they were going to play, and sort of what their general idea for the character was. And so then I wrote a backstory that would sort of tie things together. And they were, I don't know, have you guys ever talked about your encounters together as have the characters? I don't think they have. No.
We just kind of got together and then it just stayed that way.
You mean like our encounters as in previously?
Yes,
what
as in your
like,
prologues.
Hey, how did you get here?
I have.
He's mentioned the sand.
Vander has mentioned
Yes.
the sand and has talked about how he got it.
Okay.
But
Yes, I remember. I do remember the sand. So without revealing too much, because some of that is still, I'm leaving it up to the characters to talk about that when they want to in the game.
We just never talk about it. We're just like,
they don't, and I hate them for it. Just like the alchemy jug that they never use.
Excuse me.
Hardly ever use.
Thank you.
We used it once.
So they all got a prologue of some sort that sort of was just me taking the reins and explaining how they got to what was going to be our very first session, and sort of why they all four were wound up in the same place, and then we took it from there. The broad, the broad. I am watching chat. Yeah. The mayonnaise should be in every episode. Or mayonnaise and vinegar. Can't it do vinegar? I think it can do vinegar.
It can do vinegar, but not mayonnaise. You have redacted the mayonnaise.
Yeah, you redacted mayonnaise.
Oh, okay. Well, that's my fault.
Removed mayonnaise.
It is in there. It is in there.
Officially, we could make deviled eggs. Unofficially, we can't.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of like deviled eggs. Down with the deviled eggs.
Oh, God.
But does Vander like deviled eggs?
No, it's got the word deviled in it. I bet Vander would never eat it.
He's never had them. How does he know?
And if someone were to present Vander with something called deviled eggs, would he eat it?
It would receive the justice. They wouldn't last very long.
Take it away!
The justice of stomach acid. It's coming.
So
And then the farts.
the sort of the large. Oh, I have a few announcements.
Sulfuric farts.
Oh, God.
I triggered a sense memory for
Yep.
him.
Yep.
Just hit him real hard.
July 4th with Uncle Ed.
I had an Uncle Ed as well.
Right? Everybody's got an Uncle Ed of some form. They just might be called something a little differently, but you've all got one. Two announcements. This weekend we'll release the Patreon package for the large dungeon, basement, warehouse, whatever you want to call it, that the players find themselves in right now. It'll be like the previous one, except it's 14 tiles, 14 modular dungeon tiles, and it comes with a write-up of sort of what I'm using it for, if you want to just run a one-off adventure using it. Otherwise, change it to your heart's content. So there will be that, and then we will also add to the Patreon page the entire campaign setting as it exists right now. So some of the things we'll talk about, all the original maps and island layouts and all that stuff will be in that package. So, all that said, the players sort of our campaign began with all of the players coming to an island, which I should theoretically be able to bring up, which
nowhere.
Stories had started circulating around the world about this island that had just appeared essentially out of nowhere in the middle of the ocean, and all traders and whatnot were all very interested in it. There were people living there. It was like it just appeared, and a lot of stories had been going back and forth, and the players, each in their own sort of unique way, had found out about it and made their way to it for very different reasons among the three players that we have here.
I think it's safe to talk a little bit about what Vander is there, because he has been quite vocal about pursuing this necromancer. We don't know why, but obviously he came to the island to pursue this necromancer.
Mm-hmm.
I think our story would have been very different if Booker had stayed around. He was the smart one.
The very cautious dragonborn.
He had intelligence.
Yes.
Yeah.
As an actual stat that they uses.
Yeah.
That none of us particularly favored.
I wonder if he still has that zombie arm in his pack.
Yeah.
Oh, the hands.
I wonder what he's doing now.
Booker
With that zombie arm.
Booker, who is played by a individual named Booker. Right, Grace? That's his last name?
No. His last name's Brooks.
Oh, well, there goes that.
But his username is always Booker K-Bot.
Okay, yeah. So Booker was very much a DM's player. Like you'd put something in the game and you'd be kind of like, hey, and he'd be like, well, I'll just pick that up. Might need that for later. It's like, yes, you might need that for later. Good job. Unlike some of the other players that we'll talk about where you put, hey, there's a big posting board out here with all sorts of stuff you can do. No, I'm not interested in that. Fuck that board. So, I don't know, Samir or Dagana, did you want to say anything about your sort of backstories of what you think you've maybe shored?
I mean, you can probably tell that Samir's not here of his own volition. So
That's enough.
That's about it.
Yep.
I mean, I just came for the adventure.
He did not come.
Yes.
Dagana has a few sort of, I would say maybe personal goals, but she hasn't openly shared them. And maybe I know about them only because I know about the character sheet and things like that. But yeah, Dagana is our adventure seeker. So, do we have it on screen? No, we don't, because I haven't shifted the players, have I? Sorry.
By the way, Chaotica is sick, so she cannot make it.
Oh, okay. I have moved the phone so I can't see it.
But yeah, so it started with us getting off a boat, and there were birds.
Yes.
Here we go.
Shitty
Unpleasant.
birds.
There were
Okay.
birds just flying around, attacking
A fishmonger?
Yeah, fishmonger.
monger.
So they got off. You can see here on our little... Let me adjust it slightly. I probably won't need too much of the DM's tools. So, whoop. So here we have this is the city of Skolinus. This is our sort of starting city. It's being a little dyslexic at the moment. All right, there we go. So this is where the players arrived. This was the port city, and I'll work on getting sort of the large map. I think actually I have it here. Let's get it. So this is what the city looks like in big.
City.
But let's go. So this is the whole island here.
What?
Had the whole island that they've come to, and the players specifically. So where we're talking about is right here. It's not that easy to see in blue. See? We'll just make it worse. There we go. So that's where that's where they've arrived, and in the context of the larger sort of island, that's what we're talking about. Go away. Go away.
Using blue to highlight that was a terrible idea.
Wasn't it? Yeah, and now it
Wait,
won't.
what? I don't see anything.
Now I can't get it to clear. There we go.
He's doing it on the stream.
I'm doing
on the
it
map.
on the stream.
Oh, I'm not watching the stream.
And so this is sort of a little bit, I don't know, easier or a better depiction of the whole city that they found themselves in. It was a walled city, sort of had, you could see it had 3 different districts, and they obviously arrived on down in the dock district. So let's go back to the Roll21 here. And I think it was somewhere... I think you guys came in here, actually.
I think so.
Doesn't that sound...
Oh, I think it's to the right. Wasn't it?
I think it
No,
was
because you
This is where
came
I
in on a
marked
very
it.
large ship.
This is
Yeah,
where I
that's it.
killed the dude.
Yes, you had other things that happened there. That's right.
that
No,
was much later though.
Samir is right. It was actually down. It was down at this wharf here. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, because we had to stop at the map maker who's over here somewhere.
Oh, that's right. You're correct.
And they did, as they said, they sort of, as they got out, they were on the boat, and someone came, this woman came and was talking to the captain who had brought them to the island, and sort of doing business of some sort. And she left, or right before she left, she sort of called out to everyone, just sort of picking out the newcomers and saying if they were looking for work, they might, do the common thing and check in with the local taverns. Kind of very standard D&D beginning.
She was conspicuously dressed, if I recall.
She was. She looked like she was a little too wealthy to be greeting people down on the docks. And
I don't remember this at all.
yeah, see, this is
It
why.
was, it was the person who later on you tried to touch her box and she.
Oh, I don't remember being.
Whoa!
by her.
Tried to touch your
I
back.
do remember trying to touch the box.
Yeah, and we'll get to that. So they sort of got off the boat, and they saw this man, little human man, fish seller, being attacked by some large bird, and Samir decided to help him.
I just shot the bird.
So our first combat encounter was Samir against a single raven, and
With my
that's
crossbow.
and that's how we started combat.
I killed the fuck out of that bird. It was probably just taking revenge on some seagulls, like just all this bottled up hatred for seabirds just came out when I stepped off the boat.
Letting off a little stress.
And so they decided to sort
Oh,
of.
yeah, you threw up too, didn't you?
Not about the bird.
Yeah, I don't
No,
remember.
the throw up happened up here.
Oh, okay.
Along, up here. This room.
Okay.
Yes,
all the way up
right. Okay. So they decided to sort of take the advice they'd been given, thankfully, because I didn't have other content ready for them, and made their way off the docks and headed in the direction that they'd been told this tavern was, which was down here.
We did what he wanted us to for the first and only time.
We all should have just dove into the water and found something there.
Promptly, as they were walking along, they encountered a small halfling who was hawking, yelling to the passers-by, new people coming off of ships and whatnot, that she was selling maps of the world and of the city, and they were really cheap, and step right inside, come and get them. All of the players decided to pass this person by.
I tried
Samir.
to convince the thing to be like,
No, he said, come to the bring us the map of the tavern, I'll give you extra money.
Right. Samir didn't want to go in to purchase. This is a good DM lesson for other people. Samir did not want to go in to purchase the map, so he just said if the little halfling would bring it to him wherever he was going, he would pay them more money.
Delivery service.
Needless to say, Samir never got his map.
No, I did not.
Halfling could have made a lot of money.
And really, I offered him a full ass gold.
Yeah.
Full gold just for walking.
So I'm bringing up, trying to get our, here we go. I'm having to load in a lot of the old maps that we don't use at the moment, because the players aren't in this town anymore.
I miss this town though.
EXP Samir. Wait a second, we can't retroactively do this.
Yeah, we also don't have the bot because we don't have Chaotica.
Whoa, is this like an upgraded version?
Is it?
No, this is how it was before.
Does it look upgraded to you?
It was upgraded from when we initially came
True. Yeah, the very first time you
in. The
played
very
in
first
it
one
didn't.
was kind of
a
a little bit two-dimensional.
Yeah.
Like the cushions were not as cute.
I don't remember it being 3D up here.
The tables are more shiny than I recall.
Yeah. I remember I changed it slightly for the.
No, this has been updated.
Okay.
It's no longer as shadowy.
True. Yeah. I mean, it was a different lighting model that was used. So it was here. Players came in, and it was a tavern, and I'm not going to populate it because God, who can remember where everything was? But they met the tavern keeper, which was a dwarf named Dooley, and his little halfling assistant, whose name I don't think they ever got.
We did.
Did you eventually?
We eventually did, yes.
Eventually did.
We got it, but we never asked about it.
Yeah.
I think
Olaf made a point
I made a point of trying to tell you.
telling us who it was eventually.
Okay.
Go.
Maybe.
Hey, go.
After, like,
definitely
you treat us or
asked
whatever.
at some
Oh, and you
point
too, go.
because I have it written down. Her name is
Okay.
Potter.
Cotter, exactly. So little halfling, sort of serving girl, barmaid, whatever. She will become important later. And as they were, before that actually happened, so Samir noticed a woman at sort of the far end of the bar who had on this kind of ornate mask that reminded him of, I don't know, Samir, how do you want to phrase it? The first
What?
time you met Efrix.
Oh, it was total like, fuck, my goddess is totally fucking with my life some more. That was what went through his head in like exactly those words.
I remember Vander noticed that the woman was there, but didn't like make a connection or something.
Like he sighed and he was like, okay, I'll be right back, guys, and walked over to talk to her, and like it was just exhausting for him.
And keep in mind, this is the players playing with each other for the first time. So there was a lot. There wasn't a lot, but there was some sort of only
Also, trying to,
for
like, find the balance with Samir, where his stupidity was and where his bravado was, and his flamboyance was.
And while he was doing that, we threw a combat encounter into play and had a one skeleton and a severed hand.
2 severed hands crawled under this door right here.
Well, no, a woman came in. We heard a woman
The
scream.
woman
Yeah.
screamed.
She was standing over there and screaming.
Yeah.
Ran away, and
And then she
saw
ran, and then we saw a hand
2
coming at her.
hands crawling underneath the
Right.
thing. And I fucked him up.
Yeah, I seem to somehow I vividly remembered that you cast not touch of death, but
Chilling touch.
chilling touch, hit the first one, and then it bounced to the second one.
Yeah.
Right.
That was like
They
first
were
Yeah, it was like, wasn't it a crit? It was something ridiculous.
It's because of his
Reaper.
the Reaper feat of his class. That if it's a cantrip, it can, no, Taco. I would have definitely made sure they knew what her name was if I went through the trouble of naming things after Norse figures, because then I would make them pronounce it properly, and that would take a long time. Because Samir would refuse to pronounce it correctly just to aggravate me.
And then he'd probably just end up being like, whatever, cat.
Yeah, that's exactly what would probably happen. But this was also because as the players, sort of from my perspective, as the players were putting together their characters, and Samir wanted to be a Death Domain cleric, and Shiver was gonna definitely be a sort of right side of the law paladin. In my mind, there was always this, okay, how are these two, once the characters are made, how is this interplay of death cleric and lawful good paladin gonna work? Like, what is Vander gonna do when Samir starts throwing around death magic and maybe raises people from the dead? Now, that was gonna take some time.
And I was always like, I wonder how Samir is going to act to any of this happening.
Yeah, that's the thing is Samir is not a stereotypical like
Necromancer.
Well,
Like, he's not going around like, I'm harvesting bodies to
Why
make
is this
some
happening?
dead.
Let me eat this heart. No, 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 no.
He's just like totally doesn't want to be this thing that he is. He's just like, he's been given this gift because his goddess and his wife were like, you're being a lazy piece of shit. Please just shape up. And he was like, because like he went and prayed to his goddess after getting kicked out of his house, and he was just like, "Yo, can you just help me with this whole wife deal and just change your mind for me?" And his goddess was like, "No, I'm just gonna turn you into a death cleric. I'm gonna figure out how to make both of us happy."
Now, do you want to, Jake? Do you want to talk about where we're going, or do you want to wait until?
I don't want them to know.
Okay.
Like, I don't care about chat, but I mean, I would tell chat, but I don't want to tell.
Okay. Well, chat, you're gonna have to wait.
Yeah, don't spoil us.
Yeah. Well, and we're recapping what happened back then, not what maybe is coming to pass.
With that in mind, though, I've got something to share for you guys. One of our users created something for us. Our user is called Aquanet Dreams. She's in the chat. And
Damn it.
I knew you were gonna laugh. I knew you were gonna laugh.
I don't get it.
Neither.
Aquanet is that old hairspray in
Right.
the 80s that would make your hair really fucking big.
There it is.
Oh,
And
I just remembered
she
Vidal
made
Sassoon from the 90s.
she made this for everyone, and it's not.
Ice cream heaven.
I put a link in the. I put a Imager link down.
God damn it.
Well,
I
it's your name now. You've even got art for it.
Can't believe this.
I
is-
was gonna I had this whole production in my mind where like Samir on his thing was just doodling on a scratch pad during the short rest, and he's gonna be like, "Hey guys, I know I had some pushback on a past name meeting. I took your criticisms into light, and I just made this wonderful team icon. You gotta believe we're no longer bandits, we're Avengers."
That is absolutely incredible.
Like,
And
I have to say, in my mind, as we've been going through things and I've thought about branding and logos and whatnot, I'm thinking like, wouldn't it be great? Because, you watch a lot of Twitch and everybody's got their Twitch shirts or memorabilia and whatnot. And you're thinking, wouldn't it be great one day to have your own Twitch shirt that had, the AC logo on it and whatnot. But now, as I see that, I would rather have that on a white T-shirt, and people would be like, "What? What the hell is Ice Cream Avengers?" Like, well, if you don't know, you don't know. I'm sorry.
I gotta send this to Chaotica so she sees it.
That is awesome. I love the little rapier.
Right?
Reminds me
I
of
didn't
the
even
Shirley
notice
Temple
that.
with-
Right? Yeah. When you'd just be like, "Mom, can you order that one drink so I can have the little plastic sword, please?"
Lord.
Okay, dear. We'll have one more for mommy. All right, we're getting too far down the road. So
But that fucking Ice Cream Avengers just makes me think of the Sticky Bandits.
That's not a problem with me.
Oh,
The Sticky Bandits!
I just couldn't hold. I couldn't
Put our
hold it for
hands.
another week. I'm
Right.
sorry, guys. I was not going to be able to hold it onto it for a whole week.
I feel like
it was hard enough to hold on to it for 2 days. Like, I got it 2 days ago, and I was just like, "Oh man,
That's so
I really
fucking.
just want to share it."
No, I want that as a shirt.
that is
Yeah.
awesome.
But
Vander's
not
gonna-
on like Cafe Press where they're all garbage.
right.
Like a good shirt.
Vander's gonna end up with stickers on his armor where he can't see where they are.
I'm just gonna get stickers made and just slap them every
Exactly.
time.
Now there'll be like magical stickers. You take it off and it comes off, but then it just reappears like 3 minutes later. And you can never really get rid of it.
Just put it right in the middle of his back. He can't reach it. And he won't take his armor off, so.
Or even worse, put it on his shield.
No, I wouldn't deface his.
Nah, shit would go down then.
Yeah, I'm not gonna deface his god symbol.
So the players had their first sort of, actual combat encounter that wasn't just a bird flying around in the sky, and then they sort of backtracked, I guess, or followed the sort of the muck trail that these crawling skeletal hands had left, and it took them.
Book Earth picked up a zombie hand after it was destroyed.
Yep. That's right. So Booker thought, I might take this with me. This might be important. I might hang on to this. So he put it in his bag.
I'm gonna take this dead body part, put it in my bag. There we go.
Yep. And so we're talking about. So they're down. I'll just make sure. Yeah, it came through fine. So this was the tavern down here, and they sort of the door was here. Well, come on. There's a little alleyway between the tavern itself and the wall, and they sort of followed the trail down that way, and then there was a sort of wrecked ship that had kind of learned. Does anyone have the starter thing, that free to play that Wizards puts out, that gets you, that explains D&D 5th edition, where you don't have to pay anything?
Oh, the free rules?
Yeah.
5e basic rule set.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Basically Tom's Fall, one person, in this case me, sort of creates, organizes the world that the players are going to play in, and then they choose everything that they want to do, and I'm just sort of the one who arbitrates the rules in terms of what is actually how difficult something is, what are the chances of this happening or that happening, but the players it is ultimate freedom in whatever they can come up with in their mind. And yes, we are, because our fourth player is sick and it's Thanksgiving and whatnot, we are recapping how we got to our first episode. So everything that we're talking about has never been seen on stream. We're just sort of going through it piece by piece. So they found, getting back to that, they found sort of a wrecked ship, of small sort of vessel here off the wharf, and it was partially submerged.
Didn't we meet the priestess beforehand?
True, you did. Right as you were, you were leaving, you met a sort of a very thin elven woman came in to sort of caught up with you at the door of the tavern as you were about to go out it, and she had been told that there was undead activity and someone called for a healer, and so she showed up.
Why do I forget her name? I feel like I should know it.
Tefana. And at first the players were extremely skeptical of this elf woman who just showed up. We'll leave that.
Sorry. Typing. Typing.
And so she kind of followed the players and sort of moved them along. She was a DM mechanic to keep the story going in where I was prepared for it in those early days. So they went out onto the docks and they found this wrecked ship, and it was sort of partially submerged. And now in my notes, I don't have who went onto it. I don't remember if it was Vander or if it was Bookerth who decided. Yeah, okay.
No, Vander and Bookerth went on.
Yes, both of us went on.
Okay, went to sort of. Go ahead.
I think I was a very reluctant third.
You did not. I remember Samir did not go on.
Okay.
I think
that makes sense.
I'm trying to remember who found the actual vial on the
I think you did.
I think you found the vial. Yeah.
I think I gave it to Booker afterwards.
That's right.
To look at the
symbol at the top
on it, because I didn't recognize it.
So Vander found in one of sort of a crate that was still just partially above water. He found this vial that would be for storing liquids or potions or whatever, that had some sort of greenish yellow residue on it, but no actual no liquid left in it, but it had this very distinctive mark on the stopper. And the elven woman who was with them, Tifana, thought she recognized it but couldn't really remember from where. And so, as they said, that Booker, the Dragonborn, he decided to keep it. So Vander gave it to him, and he kept the file. And sort of Tafana said she would go and look in her library, and for the players to come and see her the next day or a little bit later, and they could see what she found out. And then that was... Well, the players rested, and I'm not sure, was that the end of our first session, or is that just the end of the first day?
I honestly do not recall.
I thought there was a whole, like, Dagana fucking with lazy guards thing going on.
Oh, that's right. It was while they were looking at all that stuff on the ship.
Right.
I heard the guards partying or
Right.
doing something.
That's right. Okay.
No, I was trying to do sleight of hand and be cool, and I poked a dude in the eye.
Oh my god, that
So
was great.
this tower right here at the end of the docks had 2 guards that were on duty at the time when all this was going on, and Dagano wanted to go in and be like, there's undead shit moving around the city. What the fuck are you guys doing? Aren't you supposed to be guards? And so she went in. I think you forced the lock? Like pick the lock, I think?
No, I tried to grab the key or something. I think it was around the guard's neck, something like that. Or grab him by the scruff of the neck to open the thing.
No, how to get in initially.
She didn't get in.
I didn't.
Oh,
I
it
was-
was outside. Right.
They opened the little slot and were like, "Hey, what you got? We doing?"
Right. So that's right. She started the conversation through the door window, sort of, the sliding thing. And it became apparent pretty quickly that they were rip-roaring drunk. And at one point she tried to sort of deftly grab the sort of the key that was around the guard's around his neck to open the door so she could maybe get up into the tower. But I think this was a critical fail. Our first of the campaign, so instead she jabbed the guy straight in the eye, and that was the end of trying to get in that tower.
No, I did get in.
Did you?
Yeah, then I did a persuasion, and then he was like, "Oh, come on in." And then I sat and talked with them, but they were useless.
Yeah.
They were useless.
I definitely remember talking to them, and they're just...
I remember role-playing them and going, I'm just going to make these be 2 drunk idiots. This is going nowhere.
That's about exactly what happened.
Yes, okay. So am I forgetting anything from the first day? Then you went back into the tavern. The dwarven innkeeper, sort of as thanks, had a room, or prepared a room for you that you could use. That was on the 2nd floor.
Was that the start of the baths? I can't.
No,
It started.
I don't remember when Samir asked for his first bath.
I'd asked for my first bath after the
When you got really filthy? Yeah.
fish people. Yeah, that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
after the initial fish person incident.
Okay. So they had their rest, their first long...
After the initial fished fight.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Please don't encourage chat. It'll only be bad. So they had their first long rest, and then that was their first day in the campaign. And then when they woke up the next day, they were going to go and talk to this elven woman to see if she'd found out anything about this mark that they'd found. And they actually started the day as they went outside. They saw all these ravens sort of circling around one of the dock warehouses, And there's this woman outside who is frantically like swatting at them, having really no effect. And so the players offered to help for a modest reward, if I remember correctly, to sort of clear out this warehouse of these swarms of ravens, I think is what they were. And they did so pretty successfully. And sort of right as they were...
That was after the trail of death through the city.
Nope, it's not. We're getting to that.
No, because we went back to do the warehouse thing.
No, that's a different warehouse.
No, the Raven thing. Because we followed her up there, and then we came back here, and I was like, hey, let's do this thing that the fishmonger told us to do.
Yeah, it was sort of an out of order thing.
Yeah, we did it out of order. Because the fishmonger told us about it.
Yeah, but we didn't do it right away.
We didn't do it because somebody offered us 1,000 fucking gold to follow him up the city.
Okay, my fault. All right, so I'll come back to that. Sorry.
Well, for the sake of order, here.
See, look what you did. Taco's already started. So they were going to go and find this elven woman. They kind of had an idea of where she was in the city, but they didn't have an exact location. But they knew they had to get out of the docks district. So they went, as they're going back around, once again, passing the map maker. No one buying maps. Otherwise, they would have been able to find where she was, but nobody wanted a map. So, can you tell this is a point of contention? So as they were coming to leave this dock district, of which there was only one entrance or one point of egress, they encountered the same woman who they'd met on their boat, who had said, hey, if you're looking for work, go to this tavern or whatnot. And she had this sort of, I guess, litter would be the word. So basically a box on a stretcher being carried through the city, and she was looking for assistance or short part-time guards just to help her get back to her warehouse to get this cargo back. And she offered a stupid amount of money if the four players who looked like they could handle themselves, if they would assist her. However, it became apparent pretty quickly that Samir's temperament and her general boundaries did not mesh very well. Because Samir really wanted to know what was in that box that she wanted to have transported, and she made it clear.
She told me not to touch it.
Which, of course, meant...
So he touched it.
So he had to try and touch it.
And she tried to shoot me in the fucking hand with a goddamn crossbow.
With a very small hand crossbow, she fired a warning shot that didn't hit...
I had to roll.
You had to roll to get out of the way.
I had to roll. Had to successfully roll not to get shot.
There was a saving throw involved.
Trying to hit me.
I mean, needless to say, she was a bitch. Let's be honest.
She was sexist as fuck, too.
And she was a lying, stupid, slutty McSlut.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about her sexual proclivities.
We did not see the slutting happen. You're not aware of this.
But despite of all of this...
Slutting it's a Swedish form of winter sport.
Oh, okay.
Yes, of course.
And spring sport and...
Slutting.
And
Well, you've got to
all...
Slutting.
Despite this sort of negative first impression, the players did agree to assist because they were offered, I think what you said, it was somewhere around like 1,000 gold for everyone.
No, it's just a flat.
1,000 gold each. Yeah, it was like ridiculous.
It was.
Yeah, we asked specifics, but I don't.
I recall it was like something ridiculously high, like 5,000 in total, something like that. Like something where I was like, holy shit! All right,
yeah,
campaign over once we get paid.
But we were,
young and naive.
we were newbies.
in retrospect, maybe could have reduced the total slightly, but whatever. So they agreed to help, and they sort of started making their way, escorting this caravan, or this piece of cargo through the city. And they started, they learned some things about the city. It seemed like whenever Dagana would ask a question, this woman, who they learned her name was Samay, which, so we don't get mixed up with Samir, Samay. She would answer Dagana in sort of civil tones. Whenever Samir asked anything, it was short and temperamental and kind of
nasty.
with a
Nasty.
a little edge to it. However, as they were moving throughout the city, they were attacked on several occasions. I don't remember the exact locations where, but sort of the...
Definitely right here.
Right, and the culmination, sort of the large battle where the sort of bandits that were trying to steal this cargo from Samay were led by a tiefling woman, which was obviously interesting for Dagana, having not yet seen any other tieflings in this city, which had been pretty much dominated a lot by humans, few elves, few dwarves, and then halflings doing.
She was an
nothing.
asshole.
He
And
didn't talk very much.
yep, she didn't say anything, and it was the party wasn't in too much of danger, but this was the first time that Samir killed anyone. He landed one of the killing blows, which was a pivotal moment for him as a player, or as a character. And the tiefling that had led the group managed to escape. And I think this was our first Samir constitution vomiting, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, he went over to the side and puked.
Right.
For a good moment. Because you described, like, in vivid detail, like what his rapier felt like, puncturing a body, and then the feel of hitting heart muscle, and all of that. And I was just like, Samir would throw the fuck up. He's done. So he puked mid-combat, I think.
And that was the beginning of Samir having, whenever something like that occurs, making a constitution roll. So that's where that came from. And then they got a little more information about the town as they moved through the final part of it. They found out that where they were going to go later, this elven healer woman was located up here, but they actually went all the way to the corner of the city. They went from one end to the other in order to deliver this piece of cargo, where, as of course everyone has probably guessed by now, they were given the bait and switch, and the insane amount of money that they were promised turned out to not be on offer, as several very large guards came out of this warehouse to escort the cargo the rest of the way. And to the players' credit, they didn't try and push the issue too much, and wind up with level 1 deaths, which would have been interesting. But Dagana made a comment, or somehow Dagana worked it so that they did get at least paid in some form, and she was given a very large sapphire by Samay in payment. So, and are we saying, and then you guys went back to the tavern? I'm trying to work out where the bird warehouse clearing happened, because that's
we went up. I think we went up to talk to Tifana.
Yep.
And we were talking to her, and then we got kicked out.
Yeah, they dragged
Okay.
silence in there.
right. Okay,
Yeah,
so
they dragged silence in.
So the players went to where they had been, where it had been pointed out up here, and this was Tafana's sort of kind of like a small clinic of sorts, and she had Sorry?
House of Healing, I think it was
House of Healing.
referred
Yep.
to constantly.
Right? And she had found a book that had that symbol, that mark in it, but the whole book was in some sort of obscure dwarven language or dwarven writing. And both Vander and Samir speak dwarvish, but even they couldn't read it.
It's like a weird dialect on this island or something.
It was ancient.
Very old and yes, sort of particular dialect of some sort. So she suggested that she wasn't sure, but there might be two people they could ask and maybe be pointed in the right direction. One was an old dwarf who lived to the outside the city to the north in a little hamlet, and the other was the sort of armor/weaponsmith who had set up a shop within her district, and maybe one of them could help them out. Then they were sort of interrupted by some members of the town watch or city watch bringing in this unconscious tiefling who turned out to be the same one that had attacked them previously, and sort of the watch informing or asking for Tafana to help resuscitate the tiefling so they could ask her some questions. And the players were sort of dismissed from the clinic without being able to pursue that any further. So they decided, okay, well, shortest path or path of least resistance, let's not go all the way to outside the city and whatnot. Let's just go over to wherever this dwarf has a weapon shop, which would be...
Vander petitioned to go out of the city, but
Did he?
Wait,
persuaded by everyone else.
And wasn't he like in... Oh, no, never mind. I was thinking of when we went to sell the jewel or something in that weird little stadium.
That was... I can't remember when that happened.
I can't remember when we went to the
did we get
market.
to the part where Daganan pissed Samir off and he walked off to go to the tavern?
No, that was later.
We are getting to that almost right now.
Okay. I know selling the thing would happen after.
Yeah, that definitely happened after. It happened long after. It was starting to get sort of dark in this time, so the shop was down here, and as the players were making their way through or making their way back through the city, they encountered a dog, sort of a mastiff, a bull, not a bull mastiff, but friendly dog came up to I think Samir.
Yeah.
Um,
What did he name him? He named him something.
Rudolph.
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 There you go. It was an R name.
And he was being real social with the dog, but then the dog tried to snatch at his coin purse. But Samir
The other coin purse.
made a saving throw and got out of the way. And so the dog retreated down an alleyway, and Samir just yelled at it and sort of whatnot. And
much to the DM's chagrin,
he did not follow the goddamn dog as he was supposed to do.
Dog. I just remember I won him over because I was able to pet him, and he was cute.
So the dog got away, went away, and whatever that story was, who knows? Because the
dog
players,
showed up a couple of times after that.
other dogs showed up because somebody had spent time with a plot hook that involved the dog, and they were gonna take it whether they liked it or not. I think one time I put it into an update sheet because then they weren't able to argue with me. I'm like, this happened. Just accept it.
You saw it.
Well, we'll get to that. So they made their way back down through the city until they got to the shop here. And as they got there...
We went into the market first because we didn't actually know.
That's
really?
right. You didn't know...
Yeah, we asked where he was.
That's right. You didn't know where this particular individual... Because you didn't have a map.
Ah, weird.
Uh, so they went to this large marketplace, which is here on the map, this sort of Circus Maximus sort of thing. I don't know if that's the right word for that building. Where there was all sorts of little small shops of all different types, vegetables and fruit stores and knickknacks and whatnot. And so they asked around, and they found out that, oh, it's actually this armor smith is right next door. And at this point, I don't know exactly. I don't think it was a single event, but there had been some tension brewing between Dagana and Samir over.
He took the sapphire, I think, is what it was.
I didn't have the sapphire.
Snatched it when what's her face offered it.
He eventually got it because he's the one who sold it. I remember that.
Yeah.
I don't remember how he got it.
I think he snatched it from
Snatch it.
Sana.
I think at that point, I was Jake was like, oh, I will be the party bursar or whatever and handle all the money and divvy it out at the end of the sessions. So that might have been why.
Yeah, and that kind of happened beyond, just not without formal declaration. That just sort of became the way it was sort of being done. But this led to, as they got to the blacksmith shop here, and they saw he was loading up a cart of some sort. The shop was kind of in a little bit of disarray. I'm trying to think, looking at my notes here.
He was loading up stuff in the back.
Right. He was loading up things out the back door. No, that's not the right. It's down here.
Whatever.
It's this one.
Whatever.
Was.
Samir and Dagana got into an argument.
No, because the guy said I think that he was explaining that those things. He was like, it looks like a giant ant was in my warehouse, and blah 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 blah. And I think Vander and I chose to help him out, and Samir was like, "Fuck that! I'm not gonna do it. I'm not going after a giant ant."
Yeah.
I think that's where the argument came.
Oh no, Samir
you guys do whatever.
Samir was very emphatic that he needed to rest because I think it was out of spell slot. From the player perspective, he had used up all of his good abilities, and he was like, if I go into this now as a level 1, I'm fucking screwed. I need to rest. And Dagana and Vander were like, no, let's go, let's keep going. And so that came to a point where Samir was like, fine, I'm out. Fuck y'all. And so Samir left.
He had murdered somebody.
Yeah, he was
really just not with this. Let's go kill more things. He was just I'm going to the fucking bar. I need a drink.
So as a result, only Vander and Dagana spoke with this blacksmith, who was a dwarven man by the name of Einar. And he was packing up all of his materials because his warehouse, which was in a separate location, had been invaded by some sort of monster that was destroying all of his stock. So he was packing up and he was cutting his losses and leaving town. And the players sort of worked out a bargain or an agreement that if they got rid of the monster or whatever was ruining his shop, would he, could they have a discount on stuff or maybe new armor or new something? And the dwarf was like, sure, I mean, whatever, you get me back in business, then...
He would also translate the book for us.
And he would translate the book because he recognized the language.
We weren't very good party members. We didn't think about Samir at all.
Nope. But that does lead us to one of Samir's seminal moments of early players.
Bookearth wasn't with us at this point anymore.
Correct. That is correct. This might have just been the last session that he couldn't make it. I'm not sure. Because I just have the three of you for a while until we get to a little bit later, and we'll deal with that. So while this was going on, while Vander and Dagana were sort of negotiating the terms of what this, go kill my monster, go kill your monster, you'll give us stuff. Samir was going back to the tavern. The tavern was called the Topaz Cup. And he was filthy and he was upset and he wasn't really watching maybe where he was going as much.
Betrayed and abandoned, as he probably should have.
So Samir was coming down along the promenade here down on the dock district, almost back to the tavern, when he was grappled out of the water by a Sahuagin.
Fucking fish person.
The origin of the fish people.
Like, he wasn't in the water. He came up onto the streets for me. I was all the way up here. He came out of this motherfucker, come running up and grab my ass.
Right. Grappled you and tried to pull you into the water, where you had several opportunities. Well,
I tried to break the thing.
Break the grapple.
Back before we remembered that you can make dex saves versus grapple.
Yeah.
Right.
Or acrobatics checks versus grapple. Anyways, didn't win that one. So I got my ass dragged down the pier, and then homie tried to like slam me into the water beneath, and I failed my acrobatics check to save myself from falling into the water. So splish, and then fish homie started to kick my ass.
So we had our first in-water battle with Samir against this Sahuagin. And then there was someone, like a commoner, who was on the side of the wharf.
There was a bunch of people
that were kind of watching it happen.
And I was just like, help! Because I was just trying to get away. I wasn't trying to fight the thing.
Right.
I had nothing left at that point. I was just like, I'm just going to escape. So I just took an opportunity attack in water. I'm just swimming. I'm like, help! Help! And then the fish person tried to get me, missed me, and stabbed the dude with the spear who was trying to help me.
Right. So stabbed the onlooker.
Yeah. So at that point, I'm like, this fish person's not going to let me out. So I started attacking it, managed to kill it with a cantrip.
Will someone please purge Jay? I mean, God.
Nope.
Nope. Yeah, I know. Nope.
And what I remember when Samir did, he managed to kill this the Sahuagin, and when he did, we had it so that it belched up the black blood.
It vomited up its guts and blood
all over Samir.
All over me.
All over him. So good.
I managed to climb out of the water onto the pier, stabilize this dude.
You healed the guy. Yep, you healed the onlooker.
Stabilize this guy with a medicine check, and then the other guys, I was like, you guys got to get your friend out of here. I'm going to the fucking bar. And then just trudge, just sopping wet, just
covered in blood,
fisherman guts, walking down the pier, just like stomping my way into the thing. And that's when I was like, I need a beer and a fucking bath. And slap money down on the table.
And this was when the DM realized the tavern was not set up for baths in any way. And this became a point of emphasis because I think at one point Samir said he was going to have a bath. And maybe not was at this occasion, but then one of the other players went, yeah, I'd have a bath as well. And I'm like,
that was me, yeah.
You guys, there isn't a fucking bath.
That was after his first bath, I believe.
And then I tried to take a third bath, and I got told, no, we're not equipped for that. Right. No bath before.
Right. The serving staff of the tavern decided we're tired of carting barrels of boiled water up 2 flights of stairs to fill whatever it is that you're bathing in. I don't even remember. But the point of it being, every town or tavern that I have created since then has a provision for do they do baths or do they not do baths. And if they do, they've thought about it and they have a system. If they don't, they just fucking don't. So, go jump in a river. This is what your players will do to you. They will change how you make things
They change how you think about towns for the future of your DMing career.
Or
Does this town have a bath?
it's like, chat, the toilets. I think we know what we're talking about in the toilets. Normally, you'd just be creating things and you'd never think, where is the toilet? But that is sometimes you got to consider, where the hell would the toilet be?
Where the hell
True,
is
it's like
the
Chris
dog
mentioned, they're probably like pooping out like crazy.
So Vander and Dagana had agreed with this dwarf. They'd get rid of this monster for him. He would make a new suit. Vander really wanted a proper suit of armor, and Dagana wanted, what did Dagana want? She wanted a
Better armor.
Yeah, just sort of better of her current state. So this was all agreed, and they went back to. Then they thought, okay, we better go and find Samir.
And we felt bad and went looking for Samir.
Also, probably would have got their ass kicked without me.
I don't know if that was in their thought process, but
Probably.
they went back to. They regrouped at the Topaz Cup, and Samir sort of said, "Okay, you got to let me take a short rest before we go and do this." Let me.
And this is where the double bath happened.
Yeah. Sorry, I want to bring up the warehouse here because there was some hilarity that ensued. Da-da-da-da-da. There we go. It's nice that everything's in the right place. And so then they sort of, Dagana and Samir, they kind of mended fences and agreed that they would, take care of this issue. Oh God. Yeah.
Jesus.
And that's the sort of thing the players just decide that on the fly. They're like, that probably wasn't a good idea because my character doesn't know that he's lactose intolerant, but he is. So what happens now?
I mean, at least I didn't think, I had plenty of evidence for why Samir would puke.
True.
These occasions. It wasn't like, oh, I'm lactose intolerant, by the way.
Well, and that's why, for the most part, I say, well, what does Samir do? You tell me. And, give your players the freedom on that one of, you tell me how bad it is. How much do you want to penalize yourself rather than me
you came up with some rules when I puke.
Well, rather what the Constitution number is, but that's about it.
No, not that. The what disadvantage I have.
Oh, true. Yeah, exhaustion and whatnot.
I don't remember what it was.
I think it was just disadvantage on checks while puking or something.
Yeah.
I think it was disadvantage.
Sure. And what Sorek is saying, depending on when it would happen, that would definitely influence any of the sort of role-playing elements that are going along.
Samir and Stealth don't really get along.
Yeah, very true.
In the first place.
Basically, the party and Stealth don't really get along.
I was okay at it.
No, Vander, don't even try. He's
succeeded before.
He works really hard at being stealthy.
So they mended their fences and agreed, okay, fine, we're gonna do this. We'll go and rid this warehouse. So let's switch it here.
I think on the way is when we helped the warehouse, the fishmonger's warehouse.
Yeah, see, I've really.
No, it was after this.
It was after the whole.
And then we did the bird thing.
Right.
Yeah, it was after this because
it was nighttime when we did this warehouse, and it was daytime when we did the other one.
Gotcha. Yeah, I knew it was nighttime when we did this.
See, the reason I don't think any of this is true because Bookearth had left the game at this point, and Bookearth was with you when you cleared out the warehouse.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was because he was talking about that Dagana should not have gone underneath with the crabs.
Crabs.
So I think that was earlier, but
no, he wasn't. He was not there with the crabs. It was just me, Dagana, and Vander. There was no Bookearth.
All right. memory is what it is.
I don't remember.
It's fine. We're rewriting history.
I distinctly remember that encounter. I was talking to the woman. Vander was coming.
Okay, we'll
way.
get to it.
Calm down. Calm down.
Don't blow the story, as we've already basically done.
I didn't
Don't blow your load.
So this was they found where the warehouse was. I believe Vander and Dagana came in this entrance here, and Samir went around the back. Or am I?
No, other way around. I went through the side.
Okay, so Dagana came through this side door, and Samir and Vander came in through the main entrance. We've got sort of a big cluster of barrels and boxes that was here.
Oh, I remember this one.
Right? See, this is why.
This part.
I don't remember why, but I remember.
And sort of, it was dark inside. This was before we were using the dynamic lighting of Roll20, so there was a lot of fog of war manipulation going on. But they made their way around the back, and then around here they found this big hole and this
bug
monstrosity, which for those with a monster's manual was a rust monster. And they fought it, and Vander took a swing at it with his warhammer and, connected and whatnot, but then saw that his hammer was starting to corrode and fall apart. So he put what I remember the most about this combat was Vander put his warhammer away and then decided, like, Samir was shooting at it and Dagana was shooting at it and whatnot, but Vander was trying to bare fist pummel him.
Yeah, I divine smote it with my fist.
Right? And I think one of them was a crit, like the killing blow was a crit or something like that.
Yeah, I used divine smite.
What I remember is we destroyed the first one.
Yeah, it got absolutely
like, oh shit, what do I do now? And you were like, oh, there's a sound, you hear a scream, and here comes the second one.
Yeah. Way undertuned it. Like, they just ran right through the first one, so I'm like, fuck you. This is not going to be that easy. It had a mate because it did. So there, another one's coming. Which they dealt with, that was a little bit more difficult, but not, no one dropped unconscious. There wasn't, we didn't have that mortal danger, I don't think, at this point.
It was a bit stressful for Vander, I know that.
Yeah, because I was losing durability.
You were losing your armor. Right. It was like peeling off.
Yeah. It was sort of one of those interesting things of it like gives you that sense of, okay, there's my character and my health, but then there's also like other things can be destroyed, paper can burn, things can be lost. And I thought that was very interesting at such a low level, the sort of the rust monster mechanic. But so they killed it. They killed one and left it intact. The other one, they like ripped its head off. You like cut its head off? How did that go? Because you left with a whole body and a head.
We needed to prove that we had killed it.
Right.
So what we did was
that we killed two, though.
Yeah, what we did was we
just one.
Turned a table into like a sled.
Right.
Placed the body into that one, and then we decided we couldn't
carry two.
We cut off the head of the other one.
Right.
I think Olaf decided we couldn't halt.
I mean,
and Dagana was like, we're going to cut off its head.
Yeah.
They are.
Getting paid.
Right.
I think we found a stone or something. I don't think we used metal to cut off its head.
I think it was like broken pieces, sharp pieces of the boxes, and he sort of like hacksawed it. And
the other thing I remember about this was trying to climb the barrels.
Right. So Samir wanted to for whatever reason,
to fucking like go in the barrel. He wanted to steal this guy's shit.
He wanted.
While me and Dagana were trying to figure out how we were going to bring these monsters back,
I don't remember why.
Samir was exploring this room
because this warehouse contained all of the. Samir hadn't been promised anything. as a reward for this. Only Dagana and Vander had been promised something. So inside these crates and barrels were the various supplies that, or finished pieces that the blacksmith used or had made. Now, a lot of them had been damaged by the rust monsters. But Samir wanted to search the barrels. And so there were all these down at ground level, but then there was also this tower. And for whatever reason, Samir wanted to climb the tower to see if there was anything interesting in those, in the top ones.
At the moment, Jake was like, I want to climb these fucking barrels.
Because
Clearly,
I can.
The most valuable things are at the most difficult to reach place. That's how it works.
Right? And so I'm like, okay, fine. Make an acrobatics check for climbing this rickety tower of crates and barrels.
I critically failed.
And he failed. And
I rolled a 1.
as he's climbing up there, he kind of found a way to lose his footing and fall and bring most of
I almost died to barrels.
it down on top of him.
Just say that.
There's
It
a
was
lot of bludgeoning damage, more damage than the rust monster had done to him. That is what I remember the most. I remember Vander pummeling it with his fists and Samir almost being killed by crates and barrels.
Samir was cranky because he didn't find anything either.
Yeah, it was just junk.
Yeah.
So then we drag it back
Yep.
Right.
to the guy. And then we got our stuff. Vander and I were commissioned for our shit. And then
And he said it was going to take some
like,
time.
the guy was like, I didn't make a deal with you.
Yeah, he was just blatantly just like, fuck you, I don't even know who you are, basically.
There is, and I mean, I will. This was like our third or fourth play session, and like I mean, Taco's DM some groups, and I think we have a few other either DM or players who are in chat. As you're establishing play with a group, like you're learning how your players react or act, or you're learning how your DM runs things, and as the DM, there are points where you're just like, okay, where is the line that we're going to give the players of levity and whatnot, and where sometimes we're going to just be like, fuck you, that's not going to work, and I'm going to teach you a lesson, or I'm going to drop a boulder on your goddamn head because you're driving me insane. Why don't you buy the goddamn map, you son of a bitch?
I tried to buy the map. Excuse me.
Why don't you buy the map the way that I have set it up for you? And then you kind of go, this is never going to work. And so there's sort of that adaptation of, risk, reward, whatnot. And so I remember in playing Einar the dwarf of this sort of being, you know what? You walked out on the encounter. I'm going to make this guy like he's not budging. So Samir was very upset.
I don't think I tried to persuade him or anything.
Yeah, but that Dagana and Vander were getting something. I think that is where Dagana gave you the sapphire in sort of to placate you, and that's how you were. Because then right after that is when kind of we had a 2-week break, so we did sort of
but he also told us about selling the body parts to.
That's true. Right.
Magic Man, Beast
right.
Man.
That's what it was. So Samir was just like, well, come on, can't we get something out of this? And the dwarf said, well, there's this guy who's just set up a shop who's willing to, is looking for rare creatures or body parts or something like that. He didn't know much about it, but said he'd try and find out.
Einar was kind of baffled that we had brought these things back to him. He's just like, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
Well, we thought that's how it works. We got to make proof or something.
Yep. And so he sort of said, we'll leave it up to, give me some time and I'll figure out if this guy wants to buy it or not.
And that's when we took the break.
Yeah, and then we had a because somebody was going to be gone, or we weren't going to have a show or we weren't going to have a session for a while, so we sort of had this this time where the players had 2 days on their own to do kind of whatever they wanted to do that wasn't like major stuff, that was little things. And actually, just give me a minute. I'm going to run and get a glass of water or another beer here, so because I'm talking so much. I'll leave everything up. Talk to chat as you please. Right? Taco's got it. Sometimes you just got to bury them with barrels.
It wasn't just barrels. There was like heavy ingots.
It was barrels full of just metal.
Yeah.
Just broken swords and shit like that. That's why like he almost died.
I just remember you checking the boxes in the side and just be like, nope, there's nothing in it. It's crap. It's crap.
Because all the rust got eaten.
Yeah.
Or the rust monster ate them.
I mean,
I don't think that's a. I don't think. And then I think there was another time with barrels. I think there was 2 more incidents with barrels in some years that didn't go too well.
I can't recall. I mean, I know that there was the
Chunk was in barrels, yeah.
Just realized we're a little. Could use a little. Well, I'll leave music off. I'll put that on in the background track of some sort. So then I'll just have to keep changing it. Okay, so see, this is why I'm pretty sure that the warehouse thing, the fishmonger's warehouse, happened previously. Because it doesn't have a place now.
It does. It was just after that. And then we went up to talk to Tefana again.
I'm pretty sure it happened at the same time that we went to. So we went to
drop sell those fucking things, and then met the person on the way, and we were like, we'll be right back. Because I remember like it was like one of those things where it's like,
oh no, we went to talk to Magic Man or the Monster Man.
Yeah.
Met what's her face, and then on the way out of there, we headed to the warehouse thing.
The way that I remember it is...
No, that's not right.
No, that's not right. We went to the fishmonger's place as we were leaving.
As you were going somewhere else.
We killed the birds there because we saw the flock of birds. We just went there because we saw the flock, and we were like, oh, right, we said we were going to do this thing.
This totally happened when you were going to go to Tefana's the first time.
I don't think it did. I think it happened right now.
I know it happened after.
Right now in the timeline. As we were leaving,
something else that
I remember we were carrying the monsters when we initially were like, oh shit, there's that too. And I think we went to talk to the guy first.
Well,
and then we were going to come back. Because I remember like, it was one of those things where it's like, I didn't want to leave, but like...
Okay.
The thing that I remember
convincing Dagana to go fight this or deal with this warehouse thing, this warehouse situation.
Yes. So, okay. Here's what happened.
What happened was we saw at the same time, sort of across the docks, was where someone was arguing with another person about stealing something.
Yeah, stealing a necklace.
Because this happened at the same time. Those two things were connected.
Exactly. Okay, so here's what happened, chat. At some point that we're not entirely sure of, when the players were intending to go and do something else, they were leaving from this tavern that had become their sort of base of operations. And when they were doing it, they saw this huge flock of birds diving in and out of one of the dockside warehouses, tie-ups for large ships, whatever. And one of them, Samir, I believe, said, oh yeah, we were told about how all these different types of birds are menacing the fishmongers of the city. Why don't we go check this out? Dagana and Vander kind of wanted to stay on the track that they were on. It was not a flock of seagulls, it was a swarm of ravens. And they wanted to, just sort of, let's deal with what we're doing with now. It just reminds me, as there were times when something was going on and Vander made the comment of, this town has a lot of sort of they have political issues here. We probably shouldn't get involved with their small, local politics. Let's stay out of local politics.
Yeah.
And
Like,
now we
let's-
are entrenched neck deep in local politics.
But so Samir managed to convince Dagon and Vander, no, we'll just go deal with it quickly. So they went, they met the woman who assumably owned this dockside warehouse, who was trying to shoo the birds away, making terrible mess of it. She offered them, I think, 100 gold or their choice of the various things that they find washing up around the docks.
The choice happened after the payment, by the way. She was like, well, if you want to give the money back, you could look through
That's
this
right.
stuff."
That's true. She did.
She offered us a flat 100 gold. I was like, deal.
Yeah. She offered the money first, then they performed the action, then they cleared out the swarm of ravens without too much difficulty. And then she sort of realized that was kind of a lot of money that I offered him. Or, if you'd rather, you could, have your choice of the various things that my sailors pick up and turn in that have washed up around the various docks and wharfs. And they were like, nope, we're taking the money. Thank you.
Nope,
Yeah.
I'm good with the money.
You don't want just random shit that's washed up on shore?
But mystery prize.
I remember she was trying to convince
Look
me.
behind this curtain. It's
No.
seaweed and brine.
magic seaweed. And so as
The
they were
same warehouse had the two ladies arguing in front
right,
of it.
so as they were sort of settling up and doing this one-sided negotiation that wasn't going anywhere, right across on the sort of the other side, it could even be a boat, right? You get a boat, and you get. Sorry, they saw this sort of well-to-do woman. Looked kind of, I don't want to say noble, but
Fancy.
fancy. Thank you. Arguing with a sort of rough and tumble type, another woman who is dressed not in rags, but almost, and screaming about the fancy woman was accusing the raggedy woman of stealing her necklace. And Dagana decided to go and intervene, and they found out that it was sort of on a raised. Oh, sorry. Let's switch our scene here. I'll show you where it was in the city. In the city. So we were right here. Let's see if we can do a little of this.
And so this was the fishmonger's warehouse.
Mhm.
This was the
The raised.
This one right here was the warehouse, and
that one.
yeah, it was this one, right
This was the.
Oh yes, right.
right
yeah.
here.
And that's,
And
that's
then
that's
here was where the argument was taking place on this one.
Yes.
And that's, let me get a little bit closer. And this structure was actually raised. So it was on, it was on stilts, sort of. So there was a small place underneath it. And Dagana, being perceptive, I suppose, saw underneath it looked like there were these two small crabs and one really sort of giant crab, and that giant crab had a something shiny in its pincer, in its claw, and she decided to go underneath to try and get it.
I'm trying to remember the logistics of this because
Yeah.
I remember.
Okay, so
And
what
all of
I
that is
remember-
lost to me. I just remember
is
the
you
crabs.
saw a woman over here just looking underneath the thing,
Yeah.
and me and Dagana looked over. Dagana saw something under the thing, and I
That's
went
right.
and talked
That's
I went
right.
to talk to the woman.
Oh, that's
Um,
right. You went to talk to the woman, and then
I just remember that Vander was like, I don't really want to. This is sort of like below me. Like I don't really care about these commoners' issues. And Dagana was like, well, I want to help them and stuff. And so I kind of reluctantly went over there, but I can't remember the
I don't think Vander participated at all
Yeah,
when it turned to
Vander's-
combat.
Vander's like over here, just chilling.
Other than
While I went to go talk to the lady, and Dagana was over here digging underneath the.
Yeah, so I was like just kind of like casually walking along.
so it turned to combat.
Well,
Eventually,
I was talking to her.
talking
and
to
then
whom?
the lady comes at like I was trying to talk to her, and she looked up at me, and she was nothing. I got nothing. Lady come out yelling at this woman. You stole my blah 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 blah, and
Samir was talking to the raggedy woman first.
Yes,
and
yes,
she
that's
wasn't.
right.
He wasn't getting any. He wasn't getting anywhere. Then the fancy woman started yelling.
yeah, and then I talked like I was like, you need to calm down, lady. And then after combat happened.
Right. So
Yeah, then I went underneath. There were crabs there. 2 baby crabs and then a big crab.
right, and
And I was like, crabs? How hard could it be? Crabs are stupid.
and these crabs fucked Dagana up.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think like 2 of them got crits or something like that.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Like
I
think
like
she called
almost
for
died
help.
to crabs.
I think she
Ankles and
called for
shins.
help. And I was sitting here trying to mediate between.
Yeah, and then like
Woman.
Vander came underneath because I remember one trying to grab
Vander
his
didn't come
ankle,
underneath, he was just
and it was
running
like
to get to
ting,
you.
ting.
He was running to get to you.
Right.
A crab scuttles out and attacks him.
One,
He's
it
just
tried.
like, I kick it off the side of the thing and keep
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
And then like I think finally like I killed the last big crab and it like kind of just broke into pieces all
And
over.
that's when there was
Hobo
a
lady,
scream.
right?
There was a scream. Woman just straight up hissed in my face.
The
Like her eyes went like
the
like
Tongue came
the
out.
raggedy woman who
Her eyes
was
went like
near
cat eyes,
Samir,
right?
her eyes changed from whatever color they were to a sort of like a feline type, but she hissed at Samir with a serpentine-like forked tongue. And Samir was a little taken aback, and she then did a 180 and ran off
Turned into a motherfucking snake.
ran off the pier, jumped and shape-shifted into the form of a water snake, hit the water, and was gone.
And Samir was just like, what?
and then I grabbed the necklace. And the rich lady was kind of an asshole if I remember.
She was a kind of an asshole to me, but she was super nice to you because you had a vagina.
She was very nice to Dagana, and she told Dagana if she didn't have anything to give her in reward at that right then and there, but if she came to her husband's
The stables.
Husband's place.
stables, yeah, her husband ran the stables for the entire city. Her name was Nissari Kondar. And if she came to her husband Bao, his stables, that he would make it right.
And we never went there.
And they never went.
Shit happened, man.
I did heal the poor tattered ankles and shins of Dagana.
Yep.
They weren't tattered, and she was fucked up. She had like 2 HP.
Yep. That was the first sort of near death experience for the players. And it started a trend of Dagana being the one who
Dagana getting fucked up.
gets, does the most damage, but gets in those situations. So we then had a period.
Level 3, though.
We had a period then where the players had times to themselves, and the way I handled this, which was inspired by one of the other games that I had participated in here on Twitch for a while, was to sort of write a update sheet for what happened in the intervening time. This was one way for me to get the story back in a direction where everyone would be starting with maybe an idea of what to do next that I was ready for, but also to fill in some gaps and whatnot.
Hold up, are you a medium shirt?
Yes. Well, what are we doing?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
And here's now, I don't know how much you guys want me to talk about what happened in your update sheets.
Go ahead. I don't.
Oh, you can do
Doesn't-
the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
even
pretty
remember.
sure I gave everything away. I
Yeah,
told
there
it.
was a point when you guys sort of exchanged information. That's correct. It was, and we're coming up to it. So
I remember that too.
Dagana-
Yeah, because I went to sleep up on like.
Yep, on a perch.
Yeah.
So Dagana spent her time sort of finding out more about the locals. She experienced, so while one of the nights while the others were sleeping, she went down into the sort of the main area of the tavern, and saw at some point there were some obviously newly arrived people who were giving a woman a hard time, and one of them groped this woman, like, I don't know, spanked her on the ass or something like that. And then there was this immediate reaction from one of the locals who just cut the offender's arm right off. And, Dagana's playing it cool, just sort of watching and observing. But what struck her was that the guy got what he was deserved. This sort of, the harsh punishment for this mistreatment of women was taken very seriously at least in this tavern, if not this town. She also then decided she wanted to be more comfortable observing things from dockside perches. So she sort of, for the 2 days, she sort of made a home at the top of one of the crow's nests of a ship that was berthed in the docks, and sort of observing what was going on. And one of the sort of significant things that she observed during that time was this large bar. Let me switch here.
Large barge.
Large barge. Let me go to the map here. And wow, the sort of river doesn't
I
look
remember
very
when
good,
she
does
told-
it?
I remember when she told us about the guy getting his arm cut off.
Yeah.
I was like, "You didn't tell us that? Like, that's not important information to convey to us." Because she'd waited like a couple of days.
Oh
before
yeah,
she told us
and
about
and
the
and
arm
she
chopping off.
and she mentioned it very
Like,
sort of
very
happenstance. Yeah,
Oh, by the way, some guy got his arm cut off.
right. And Samir lost his
I
mind.
was like, what?
So it's a little difficult to see on this rendering of the city, but along here, this is actually a riverway. Okay, come on, so that curves, and Dagana observed while she's up in this crow's nest, she observed this barge coming down and tying up here at this external dock. And what was noticeable or remarkable sort of about this barge was it had lots of soldiers coming off of it, or people who are all dressed similar sort of martial uniform and outfit. Samir spent his sort of downtime. He went and he exchanged the sapphire that they had gotten from Samay for coin, and he saw another one of these dogs and decided this time to pursue it, because I was in control of Samir for this, and I had a story to tell, and god damn it, we were going to tell it. And let's zoom out a little bit here so I can show you where it was. There we go. Okay, so he observed another dog somewhere around here, and instead of like interacting with it, yeah, that's right, I am the harbinger now. Nice. He followed the dog, and the dog made its way down one of these alleyways to right about here. And he observed there was this group of halflings there that were loading barrels, seemed to be empty barrels because they were they were halflings, and they were these massive barrels, loading these barrels into a wagon. And then at some point, the back door of the shop that all these barrels were behind just burst open, and this large half-orc woman came out of it, just screaming and swinging at the halflings with some sort of cudgel. And Samir was like, "That's my cue," and out he went. So Samir didn't know what happened after that, but he did observe this going down. During his free time, Vander spent more time sort of mingling. I don't know if Vander really mingles, but spending time with the dock workers and sort of learning what he could about the locals. He heard something that the master of the docks had that ship that they had initially found on their very first day, that he had that ship dredged and pulled out of the harbor.
Looking for the boat that we had originally found with.
Right, that's true. He went to look for the boat first, didn't find it, then sort of inquired about so what happened here, and that's when he learned that it had been pulled out by the master of the docks. And that apparently some large barrels had been recovered from it. And those had been recovered from the hold of the ship, and those had been taken to the dock watchtower, which is here. So, then and there were some other small things that happened that I don't remember. Does anyone else, have I omitted anything that you guys remember from that long ago? I'm sure we could go back and find it and actually read it, but...
Nah, I'm good on the reading it.
No, I think that was about...
Those were the big parts, right?
That's it, yep.
So, when we started the play session again, what the players wanted to do was... Vander and Dagana wanted to, and that was one of the things, that you checked in with Einar a few times about the progress on what you had commissioned.
Right.
So Vander and Dagana wanted to get their new stuff from the smith, and Samir wanted to get paid. So they went back to the blacksmith's shop, and he gave Vander his new suit of armor that was sort of had dwarven motifs. And
still wearing that thing.
And it's what he's still wearing now. It is his AC. Right, so he didn't get full plate, which is what he wanted.
Yes.
But it was this was actually magical instead, so it at least would not have the same problem that his previous equipment had, that was vulnerable to the rust monster. Sorry, chat. And part of that was, as the DM in me, and maybe others can speak to this, giving away full plate to I think at this point we were at level 2, right?
Level 2.
You had leveled up. Full plate is like, that's normally something you got to kind of work for. Like, you got to invest, and that should take some time.
Gold.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I said it's like 1,000 gold.
Yeah, it's not cheap. Not cheap. So I didn't want to penalize him. I wanted him to still have the same AC, but and a little bonus properties, but not that full plate. And so when they got there, the Einar, the smith, told them that this elf colleague that he knew would be certainly interested in taking the rust monster parts in order to make something out of it, or would pay them for it, and so the party headed in that direction. And I'm gonna get a little hazy on, because there was an order of things. I just want to see if this works. Hey, it does. Look at that. Sorry, just a second. We don't need that. We don't need that. Let's use this one. I'm just messing with Roll20. Hopefully this won't be a white screen for people. Let's see. Okay, it's not a white screen for chat, so that's all that matters. So this here is Einar's. So this was the blacksmith that we're talking about, and he directed them up north to this individual's place, which was called
Woodard's Magical Monsters or
thank
something.
you, Woodard's Magical Monsters.
Did we go to Woodard's before we went and met the... Oh, yeah, you're right. Yep. I was talking about before we went down into this whole mess.
This whole mess. I don't know what that is.
The Wharf Masters thing.
Oh, yeah. So they went to this shop, sort of. It was basically, it seemed like a house that had been, that was being converted into a shop. It was pretty ramshackle, didn't look very nice. And they went in. It had like it had the name of the shop on a piece of paper tacked to the door, that kind of thing. And they went in and brought with them the remains of this creature. Or no, maybe Einar had given him the creature. You just had to go there to pick up the coin, I think.
Yeah.
You weren't still carting around the...
We did not cart it around. No.
Right. And it was here they got into some sort of conversation that they met in the back room. It seems like Woodard had been having a previous conversation when they walked in with someone else. And that someone else was an elf by the name of Itzop.
Oh, God.
More like, sop.
And, well, let's just say they didn't get off on the best of terms.
I want to say Vander totally called it. Or Shiver did.
What
Just
do you mean?
The interaction, like, when he heard about the character, he's like, oh, no. This is not going to go well. I remember his message. He's like, this is not going to go well. And he was right.
See, I didn't know any of that. So they, and I'm a little hazy on the order that these things went in. But the elf character, whose name was Cooper Woodard, and he was new. Sorry. He was new to the town, and he was really thankful for the players for what they'd found, and if they found anything else, he'd easily pay them for it.
And we never found anything else, and never brought him anything else.
To this point, yes, that is true. But he said because he was in really hanging with Mr. Cooper. Thank you, Ella Kane. But he was in real. He felt he'd been duped by the man who sold him this place to set up shop, because there was a monster, he's pretty sure a beholder, in his basement.
He did not say beholder, right?
He definitely said beholder.
Oh, he definitely did. Yeah.
And then as soon as he mentioned it, we see, because at this point she's role playing her character like in the next room listening to us, and we don't know she's there. And as soon as she hears beholder, she like
books it down to the basement.
Downstairs.
Yeah. No,
That's right.
As soon as she hears that he's like, I'll give you money for this or something like that, that's when she books it downstairs.
I think it was just that there was a monster to be killed or something like that. I don't really remember the details. Maybe it was because there was money, but either way, we see an elf like run behind him down the stairs, and we're just like,
okay,
what?
Yeah. But to be clear, this character was when Bookearth couldn't continue with the campaign, we added our fourth player. That was Chatia, who some of you might know around Twitch. And so she was going to play. She came up with this sort of playful elf character that she wanted to run. It was going to be a ranger, and she named her Itsop. And there is a lot of really interesting stuff that I have that between Chatia and I of where this character was going. That, I mean, if you watch the shows, you know that Itsop is in a different place now, which we'll get to.
My fucking shoulder.
We'll get to. We're leaving that door open. We're leaving the door
I don't
open.
like that door.
But so by the name, this character was by the name of Itsop, and there was and I've lost some of the details because this was so long ago. But yeah, Vander is right that she was listening to their conversation with Cooper while they were having it, and when she heard that there was this creature down in the basement, instead of any sort of sense of danger or caution, she just starts heading down to, because he'd said he'd pay a reward to have it gotten rid of or whatnot. So she just rushes headlong down into this basement. And I think Vander followed.
Yes,
we
because
all
I didn't-
kind of followed.
Everyone followed, but I think Vander was in front, right?
I think I was the one that.
But
I think I was the one that went first because I was like, okay, there's a beholder, and this person just ran downstairs, is obviously ignorant of.
Zagano was after him. And I was like, that's a dark tunnel. I don't want to go down there. But I did, after lighting things alight.
So, sorry, chewing. So they go down there, and it's dark and whatever. It's a basement. Essentially it looked like an old wine cellar, maybe at one point. And Itsop spies at the far end of the room what looks like this floating thing, like floating greenish puffball, really. And just decides, okay, takes an arrow, knocks it, lets it fly. Just. I think there was some conversation that maybe happened a few lines, and she's like, no, fuck that. And shot this thing, which upon hitting it, it exploded and released gaseous spores all over in a 30-foot area. However, they had chosen where they positioned themselves happened to be right outside this 30-foot area.
Yeah, it was right on the edge of the circle.
Right on the edge of it. So they got very lucky.
I think only Vander was the only one close to it.
Yeah, I was the one that was like down the stairs first, and she shot right away. So I think that was like.
Yeah, and Dagano was in the middle of the stairs, and I was at the top.
At the top.
Of the danger.
Right. And so, those of you that know, this was a gas spore that it is not dangerous in it doesn't attack or anything like that. It's only dangerous when it is killed and it explodes and releases all this toxin, essentially. So one thing that
I think the only thing that interesting happened from that was Itsop rolled a
correct
arrow in the
goopy goop.
because reasons.
because she did.
She studied
Because
nature and shit, right?
Yep.
And then I remember
Some
Itsop was
Elvie Elverton.
on his horns,
Yep.
touching her.
Itsop
Yeah.
became very once she sort of became not the prime mover, became
there was
very
a lot of bragging about one-shotting the beholder.
yep, she was very proud of her
It
fact.
had one hit point, right?
There was
Yes.
there was this separation between Itsop, who was like, well, I kind of dealt with the whole problem all by myself. You guys were kind of just there. So really, I deserve the reward for this. You don't. There was for me, there was this point of, this plan you had for how you were going to get your existing players and your new player to sort of come together has gone completely off the rails because they hate each other. And that situation was never resolved. There was, yeah. Anything else? Anything? Yeah. So Woodard paid them the little bit left
Didn't
that
pay
he had.
us.
He did okay.
He paid like what we know of, paid us like everything that he had or whatever. But he
Yeah,
had
he's.
a little secret compartment that it's up.
We never figured out about that. Itsop like somehow found out about him.
He was spying on him somehow.
Yeah, she was spying on him for.
She was spying on him while we were talking to him. She was like in the back room looking and found this gold stash.
And
he
then
was
she
like-
blackmailed him.
And yeah, I guess.
No,
So,
I don't know. She
Itsop-
blackmailed him, but
Itsop
he, like,
found while
garbage.
Woodard was talking to the three of you, she found where his sort of stockpile of coin was. And it was a considerable amount. And he paid you a certain amount for the remains of the rust monster. And then he paid her for killing the gas spore in the basement, saying that was all that that was all he had left. And she, as she wasn't going to make a point of it, but as you were leaving, she gave some like parting words, like a parting shot.
I don't like liars.
I don't like liars.
And proceeded to lie constantly.
It wasn't really lying. It was manipulate. She was choosing what she was going to say.
Lied! We'll get to it, but it was a blatant lie.
And then on their way, having dealt
And then
with
she
that,
kept following us because she liked the way I looked.
yep, and she very much liked Dagana's aesthetic, from the horns to the whole package.
She was something she'd never seen before.
Right. So they made their way back to the tavern, and while they were doing it, this was when the players sort of exchanged their stories about what had happened during their downtime activity.
I think Itsop drank a whole bunch.
We're getting to that, yeah. Once they got to the tavern, they sort of walked in on this situation where there was this woman who had several attendants, I guess, who was manhandling the dwarven tavern keeper.
Oh, right.
Oh no. This is when we had the big clit off.
As it has become known. And I don't even know how to unpack this situation.
I don't even know how it kind of went about.
came
Oh,
in-
no, I know how it went about. Because, like, they were talking about how they wanted to find the sword or something like that.
Yeah,
And then, like, they said something about, like, I don't know. But I took the opportunity to say, hey, if they really want to find this badly, I bet they'll pay for it.
well, I'm trying to remember how.
Okay, so we came in and she was
A bitch.
a bitch to this Dooley.
Yeah,
like
to do
choking
it.
Basically had him in a chokehold and was holding him up like
Yeah,
this.
she was Darth Vader, sort of choke slam, holding the dwarf up in
And
the
me
air.
and Bender were like, yo, we need to...
What the hell are you doing? And like we were like making to step in here to like help our buddy that was, basically giving us free room and board.
Right, and Dooley, with sort of non-verbal gestures, signaled kind of to Samir and Vander, just don't get involved. This is
So at
you
least
don't
we
want.
sat
And
down.
Vander sat down and ordered a beer.
So there were there's sort of four essential NPCs in this interaction. You had the dwarven tavern keeper and the woman who was sort of assaulting him. Then that woman had three. Okay, so it's technically five. Had three sort of followers. One was a woman who was sort of very quiet. Another was a man who was also he was a black man who was also quite. he was quiet, but he was always watching the room, looking around for everything. And then there was a huge, muscular, bald white man, 6'3" easy, who was very sort of jovial and always talking and like he was, he was the Joker, I guess, of the group. And so Itzop, the elf, played by Chatia, started drinking with the jovial, big-muscled guy, and Samir and Vander were sat down at a table by themselves, and Dagana decided she was going to find out more about what was going on, and so she engaged the woman, the main woman, in conversation, who they would eventually find out her name was Eleonora. And so we'll refer to her as Eleonora to keep this straight. So we had Eleonora was the main woman. The jovial guy, his name was Donovan. And the players never really concerned themselves with the name of the other two individuals. The woman was Bathilda, or Bathilda technically. And the man who was keeping watch of the room was Aileron. So
I remember Bathilda. I remember Donovan. Other guy.
Yeah, the other guy was the one you eventually would tell to go swim for it.
Well, maybe
Yeah, I remember that guy.
But so the most of this occurred between Dagana and Eleonora, where Dagana was trying to convince her to. Well, I don't. How do you remember it, Dagana? I just remember you were trying to be like, maybe we
I was
could
trying
help
to get
you.
more information just to basically be like, well, we could do this and get the sword and then probably get paid,
So
but also just kind of figure out, because I knew her from seeing her up in the crow's nest.
So
And-
when I was talking about the downtime activity, Dagana had seen this particular woman come off of that barge as she was sort of leading the group of soldiers. And through the course of the conversation, they had found out this woman seemed to be searching for some sort of sword or a weapon, and they thought that the dwarf tavern keeper knew where it was or knew where the person who had it was. Thought he was holding out information and that she was gonna get that information out of him one way or the other. Dagana offered to sort of that they could work together instead. That didn't go so well. There was a lot of back and forth sort of posturing. And at one point, Dagana tried to get up and leave.
No. Before that, though, there was a
okay.
point where she, Eleonora was sort of menacing Dooley, and Grace was trying to persuade. They were having a contest over this one person's actions, and she had to roll to be really persuasive versus Eleonora's intimidation roll over
Right.
Dooley.
Something like that. Yeah.
They just kept upping the ante against each other over and over again.
That's right.
And so that's where I was like, this is just a big what's the woman's version of a dick measuring contest? This is happening right now.
Dagana kept trying to persuade, and Eleonora kept trying to intimidate, and it kept going back and forth of these sort of role contests.
And she eventually lost.
Yeah, and she eventually Dagana was just like,
I
okay,
went to
this
get
isn't
up
going
front,
anywhere, right?
Yeah. It was basically like, okay, I see you're an asshole.
And when she did and tried to go away, one of the minions of Eleonora cast hold person on her, and there was this moment of kind of know your place. I'm the important one here. I have these people who served me, but they were interrupted by a soldier coming into the tavern saying that the weapon had been spotted in the northern part of the town. And so there was this kind of like little bit diffusion of
Yeah, that
what
was
was
a very tense moment.
what was escalating, what was going to happen, with a kind of a, okay, I'll see you next time.
Yep.
And so the players sort of recovering from this, I guess, as well as the DM, took a short rest in the tavern, sort of talking through what had happened with the tavern keeper. They found out he does, in fact, sort of have some contact with the individuals who would have this weapon. They were called the Velhaladin. And he wants revenge. Like, he does not like the way he was manhandled by this woman in any way. And apparently this woman represents a large group called the Wardens. Their full title being Wardens of the Blessed Streams. And they sort of learn that this group, this Wardens group, is trying to exert its influence on the city. Like they're an outside group that comes from the north, the northern parts of the island, but they've sort of insinuated themselves in local politics and are trying to sort of make a play for, their leaders are trying to make a play for taking over and controlling the city, becoming the governing factor. And so as this conversation's going on, have I missed anything? That's the big stuff, right?
Oh, that's all.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
We get another person that runs into the tavern and is just like, the dead are attacking the watchtower. These were not my best story transitions, but they are what they were.
Well, it succeeded in grabbing Vander's attention.
And that's what it was supposed to do. I wanted to push the Vander button on there are dead things attacking...
Vander, do something. Vander, hey.
Hey, Vander, there's undead over there. You want to go and look at it? Go on, do it. I'll give you inspiration if you do.
Okay, stick.
So in hearing this, sure enough, Vander's got to go do some justice. You got it.
Gotta do some justice.
And so, I mean, Vander obviously got there first, and he found a sort of a crippled elf, and a guard of some sort, standing over what looked to be like kind of a dock worker, that was obvious that it had zombified or become undead, but still had sort of like the dock worker's clothes on, and you know, it wasn't in bad or misrepair. Like, this seemed odd. And so the sort of the crippled elf told the guard to go and get the actual city watch, to bring a contingent. And Vander questioned him a little bit about what had happened, and he said that this had come from the basement. That this zombie had come from the basement. So
Down the stairs we went.
down the stairs they went, and they encountered a host of different zombies that were sort of mulling about in this basement compartment. One of the highlights being
Dagana getting shot.
Dagana got shot in the back by Itzop the elf on a critical fail.
Which only adds to the tension.
Yeah, and never lived that one down. That sort of became a constant
It happened again.
a constant comment. But they did manage to eventually deal with these zombies despite their...
Dagana almost dies.
Dagana, yep, once again, Dagana almost died. Part of it being the sort of the constitution trait of zombies to come back with one hit point. That was sort of like the first time.
I think this was also the start of Vander jumping over things.
Yep, you try to jump a puddle, failed.
I did not jump the puddle, no.
What did you try and jump?
I was
There's a
trying to
puddle
jump
of ichor on the
ichor
floor.
one.
You wanted to jump across it and then a strike.
That's right.
and he failed the jump and landed right in the puddle, looked around, and just took his steps forward.
Yeah, it wasn't like a critical fail or anything, but I just didn't actually clear the puddle as I had intended.
Because he was wearing magical boots or something. I don't remember what the reason why it...
No, he was just wearing regular boots. He was just
right.
covered in metal.
Yeah, and didn't contact the skin. But once they'd killed the zombies, and they start inspecting the barrels that had been down there. The crippled elf made his way down with his group of guards, and turns out this crippled elf was the master of the docks. And there was this real tense exchange between him and Samir when they found out that the zombies were actually dock workers, who had thought that these barrels were filled with ale
because they had the little thing.
Because they were marked, all of the barrels were marked with the brand of the local brewery, and so they had thought, oh well, it's just beer. We'll maybe sample a little bit for ourselves. And in drinking this liquid, it had actually caused them to become undead. And Samir felt really strongly, passionately, that this was the master of the docks. It was his fault because, this should have been dealt with in a more professional manner. They were on... Well, I'll let you explain fully. Because when this was happening, I was just reacting as the DM, trying to salvage the situation.
This is where because the whole time I'm trying to this whole time we're playing this game, I'm trying to find a way of giving Samir a reason to say, yes, I'm gonna go do this thing, even though I don't want to do this thing, without it being, I don't want to be alone. Because before this point, it's always been, well, my choices are stay here by myself or stay with the big tall meat man. Metal armor, right? And so this whole in this conversation is where I kind of gave him this feeling of responsibility for people under his command or whatever, anybody. So the dock master had these people that he was responsible for. He let them drink this stuff, just random stuff he pulled out of a thing, then tried to shift that blame onto the people that drank it because he was a teetotaler. He was like, oh, I don't drink. It's all their fault for being, luscious. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And that just really pissed Samir off. Right. And they went back and forth over this point. And then the orc woman, the brewer, was brought up, and he started just being like, well, it's obviously the orc woman's fault because she's an orc. And that also brought in, racial tensions, and he, Samir went against that, and then he got hit.
They found out, and Jake alluded to it, that this elf did not drink, and that the woman who ran the local brewery was a half-orc, and not only did the master of the docks not like people drinking, he didn't like this half-orc either. And so once he sort of got it into his mind that it could possibly be her fault, he just took it and ran with it. And it's it's obviously her fault, her brand's on the barrels, and he was drawing conclusions left and right. So
and Samir was like, no, obviously, look at this, blah, blah, blah. He was countering each of those arguments.
Right. And Samir had also seen these types of barrels when he'd seen these halflings loading barrels onto a wagon previously. So when the master of the dock has thrown all these accusations around, the players are like, look, we'll go sort this out because you're wrong and you're an asshole.
I think. Well, didn't Samir punch him or something?
No, I didn't punch him.
Samir got punched,
and I called him I just called him
right. That's what it was.
Right. Yeah, you called him an asshole or something like that.
I called him a murdering asshole because he wouldn't take responsibility for his own actions and making sure his people were,
Right.
you know,
And
I
so
think somehow Vander like diffused the situation like a little bit, and then we left.
well, he like
he struck
after I
Samir.
called him a murdering asshole.
Yeah.
He hit me.
Yeah,
Right.
and then I think I like
He
jumped in.
well, he hit
like,
Samir.
like,
He's
let
hit
Samir
Samir, and then the guards he had brought with him sort of stepped up in front of him, in sort of like, "Are we going to have an issue of this?" And Vander then sort of diffused the situation. Yeah. And so
That's when we went to go visit the half orc.
right,
Yeah.
and so they went. I mean, technically, they went there, and then they went there, and then they went there, and there. They went to go back to this brewery that Samir had actually seen the backside of when he had observed these halflings stealing barrels.
I think we first went to the back to like.
Yeah, we investigated what I.
That's right. Before you went in the door, you did go around to see what was going, if things had changed around the backside of the.
Yeah, we saw some cart tracks. And that was about it.
I'll bring the. Let me see if I've still got it up here. Bottles and brews. No, I'll have to bring that one up.
Well, we went into the back, saw the cart tracks.
Itzop left.
Itzop did.
Itzop was as you guys were exploring it, and you sort of put together the connection of these barrels. The barrels were coming from this brewery that were being filled with sort of this toxic material, or this toxic ichor. Itzop started thinking, and maybe one of you prompted the idea that these were being
delivered to
the inns and taverns. So Itzop left to go.
I remember telling her to
Yep.
at least, you're leaving, just at least make sure that they're not drinking poison.
She
Right.
was nervous or afraid or something. That's what it was. And then Samir said, "Well, if you're gonna leave, at least warn."
Go and warn Dooley the tavern keeper, and Samir also asked her to check on his people, being Fricks, the woman who he had met that very first day, who was a member of sort of the, what are we calling it? The brothel network, the Meadow system,
Meadow, yeah.
that Samir was a part of. Which we didn't talk too much about, but that's always been only really on Samir.
Yeah.
Like, that hasn't really been a group
hasn't
thing.
been a big deal up until this point yet.
Right.
So.
So Itzop the elf left the party to go and check on various the taverns. Let me bring in here bottles and brews. Curious, brews and bottles. Sorry, that's what it was called. Yes, there is a brothel network. We'll see if anything comes of it. Here we go. This will give you a better perspective on what we're talking about. Zoom out just a little bit. There we go. And so this was the brewery that was more of kind of like the storefront, wherever the actual big casks and all of the storehouses for the wheat and the barley and the hops and all that must have been somewhere else. This was the storefront within the city. And sorry.
Vander walked around with detect poison and disease and didn't find anything.
Right? Vander was being CSI. And when they went in, they encountered the half-orc who ran the place, who Samir recognized as the woman who had chased off the halflings the night before. And she also then had a little halfling who was working here in the back, whose name, the half-orc's name was Jikosh. Hey, Dark God. Welcome. We're doing a little recap this evening of our story so far. So Jikosh was the name of the half-orc, and then Mikta. That's all right. It's all right, Grace.
Jukosh was yelling at the halfling, if I recall.
Correct. So the half-orc was accusing the halfling of causing all of the problems that were happening. That she was talking about these thefts and stolen goods. It's all your fault. It's all your people's fault. This was a very racially motivated or a racially heavy session. Yeah, technically we're on the prequel. This is probably the player's 6th, 7th session. Somewhere around there. I'd say.
Seems accurate enough.
By now they were sort of, getting there. They had found their stride in terms of interacting with one another. I would say I was still figuring out how to handle them and what they were likely to do and what to prepare for. I could still say that, actually. But so they're accusing her. So the halfling was being accused of all these thefts and whatnot. And she was pleading ignorance and innocence. And they sort of got the whole story of what had happened, a lot of which sort of meshed with what Samir had been told, or Samir had observed, that the half-orc had heard someone out of the back of the shop the night or two before, had rushed outside to see all these halflings stealing her empty barrels. And she chased them, tried to, chase them down to recover her property, but they were, obviously they had a mule and cart, and she was able to chase them as far as the city gates. But she wasn't the most in shape of individuals. She was pretty winded by the time she even got to the gates, and the City Watch were of no help, which had started to become a little bit of a theme in terms of the quality of the City Watch.
Surprise. We were not surprised.
Yeah, for anyone who's joining us, what we're doing tonight, one of our players is sick, and so she wasn't able to be here, and we really try to keep our play sessions to be about, as we move the party forward, as we move the story forward, we want to have all 4 players here to participate in it. So what we're doing tonight is we played quite a few sessions before we decided to start streaming the campaign. So we're recapping all of the stuff that happened before the very first episode, so that, the players make reference to a lot of things that happened early on, but also so that if somebody ever wants to, get the whole story, you'll be able to watch episode 0, which is sort of what we're calling it. This would be, if you ever watched Stargate.
The bottle episode.
Right, exactly. It's like episode 21 out of 24, where they talk about, like, some guy comes in and wants to know everything that has happened so far, and they do all that recap shit where there's only, there's no real new stuff that happens.
Yeah, or they're, trapped somewhere. Like, they're trapped in, it happens in sci-fi a lot, where,
right.
a couple are trapped in this thing, so
they relive their experiences.
Let's talk about our experiences together and how we came to be where we're at.
Right.
Because they have nothing better to do, and people outside are trying to save them before they suffocate or something. It's a trope called a bottle episode. So if you go to TV tropes, you can find a million examples of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What is this member thing? I've seen this around. I don't get it.
It's a new South Park episode, the member berries.
Oh, okay.
Basically, why? Oh God, what's his name is so. popular for remaking Star Wars or whatever is because it was basically like, oh, remember Chewbacca? Remember?
Okay.
Oh, and remember the Ewoks?
I haven't watched.
Making
watched
money
South
off
Park
the
in a while.
nostalgia of people remembering. And then like it goes into a thing where it breaks down like, oh, remember when America was great? Let's make America great again. Remember? Remember when marriage was between a man and a woman?
Good stuff.
I haven't seen an episode of South Park in probably 6 years. Really.
Probably similar.
As soon as they changed to whoever was doing Cartman's voice, and it wasn't I don't know if it was Matt or if it was Trey, whichever one was doing it, and they no longer voiced him, and you could just hear it. I'm like, that's not Cartman. I can't do this anymore.
I think I left after the whole chef debacle.
Yeah. Anyway, so they learned about these thefts of barrels and whatnot, but they also imparted information to this half-orc woman that she was going to become under suspicion because the master of the docks was convinced that she had a part in it, and she's like, yeah, he hates me. Of course he would think that. So she said, you know what, if you can, one of those sort of, once again,
if you can prove my innocence.
Right, yeah, not my best plot transition. If you can, clear my name or help me clear my name, I'll make it worth your while. Which the players chose to do.
Hey, justice.
Thanks, guys.
Gotta give the justice.
Hey, you started figuring out what we wanted to do. Good job, DM.
Yeah. So they agreed to try and do that. And for then, instead of just running straight into this, they wanted to go back to the tavern to check on Dooley, the innkeeper, and whatnot, to make sure that everything was okay.
Nobody was poisoned.
No one was poisoned, and it turned out no one was. They learned that he didn't get his normal shipments.
I totally figured out what we are. We're just the guys that don't do side quests in like Skyrim and shit.
Yeah, that is true.
Story, and we go into that, and like if there's something along the path that doesn't take us away from that story, we'll do that.
I think that is gospel truth right there. And it was sort of around this time that I just came to that personal realization. I threw out like the big message board in the middle of town that has like 7 different posters of people who need help. That's just like little. It's just level building. It's just level building. Like, okay, you want to get to level 4 a little bit faster before you progress on your main story. You could go and help this guy with this thing. Nope, they don't give a shit. So
I mean, the super cool message board thing is still in our handouts.
It is.
I think the only one that still works is Sheep Bandits.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let's take a look at Sheep Bandits. Hang on. Let's just.
Like, if you ever play at Skyrim and do all the side quests,
which I do. I do the side quests.
Super over leveled when you finally get
That's
back
right.
to the main mission.
That's right.
Like,
I do as well, though. I always play side quests and I like exhaust all of them before moving on. But I don't know. Maybe because it was like my first campaign. I just wanted to flesh it out.
Now, like, he could introduce
to
a
it.
side thing, and we're probably going to be like, yeah, but there's this ice cream thing we got to take care of. So, no.
I think the thing is that it's because it's like a role-playing game, it feels more real and it feels more like time matters.
Like, time.
Right.
My choice matters. So, like,
Yes.
if my choice is go save this thing or go chase a dog, I'm gonna go deal with this.
Your time feels like it is much
True,
more.
and that is a good thing. That is a good point. That in a lot of, and that's what makes D&D different from Skyrim.
RPG.
Pick
So,
any
like,
computer RPG.
I would just do all of the quests. I would exhaust the entire zone.
Yeah.
That shit was like super high level, like red skulls and shit. I'm like, I'm gonna find a way to fuck you up.
Oh,
I want to exhaust this whole zone before I leave.
Just pour the content in me. I want it. Give it to me.
I think Taco has got an idea. The back of the shirt should just say "fuck side quests."
I'll see what I can.
So here, this is you see on the screen here, Sheep Bandit. This was a side quest, okay? There were northern farmers are seeking aid with a bandit. Someone is stealing sheep and chickens from our flocks, and it's certainly no halfling criminal.
Oh,
Any that are able to render assistance should speak with Kwong Ironfoot in the market district. Kwong Ironfoot was the grocer for the entire town. They will meet Kwong later, and they would have had a much more interesting encounter if they had resolved the sheep bandit. But they said, "Fuck the sheep bandit, I don't care."
You guys just keep pronouncing it like sheet bandit. So I was like, is somebody stealing sheets?
Someone is stealing the bed sheet.
Like hotel owner just like upset they don't have any sheets anymore.
People are pretending to be ghosts. It's terrible.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
So it was about this time when I realized, you know what? These aren't that type of players. Like, they are campaign story focused. That's what we're focused on. So that made things a lot easier for me, in that it was just sort of like, okay, how do we keep enough content around the big story arc? Don't worry about putting in incidental stuff.
Well, like, I think it's like the difference between a Skyrim side quest and a Witcher 3 side quest. Like, the Skyrim, they have really good side quests, some of them, but they also have a bunch of just like randomly generated side quests that are just fluff and mean nothing.
Right. Go here, pick up this thing, bring it to this other guy. That's it.
Or like, it's just nonsense, really. Or where Witcher 3 had, like, you're going along and then you run into this woman that's, you know, like, looking for her child. And you're like, oh, what? Let's go. Like, you know, like, it has to be meaningful enough to stop us. Like,
well, and I think it does.
Example, if there was a missing child, I'm pretty sure Samir and Vander would be like, well, we gotta find a missing child.
Yeah. Right.
It's pretty important.
It does.
Side quests can be directly linked into a main, you know,
Sure.
plot point where, like, oh,
You don't understand. This man is missing his sheep.
oh,
Hard P, sheep. But it does bring up that D&D characteristic of it is a living world, and we'll mention it here in not too long, that there are things that are time sensitive, and I'm keeping track of as days go by, and there is that aspect of, if we do this, it's that opportunity cost that,
like, we can
this other thing, we could miss it.
Option.
Right. It is not like, it's not like a video game thing where that main arc will
we can
wait.
spend 70,000 hours doing bullshit, and that thing will still be there.
Right.
Right.
And you can't.
Also, like, you have successfully gotten us to do side quests, like the whole ogre dungeon thing, right?
True. You could have gone. You didn't need to go in there at all.
Like, but the way it was set up was like, we're waiting for the ship to get fixed. We need people. Like, there was reasons enough for us to be like, okay, we don't have a time crunch. We're not under pressure to go do something right away because we have no option, right? We're just stuck on this island. So there was a reason, or there was enough of a reason for us to just be like, okay, let's do a side quest to kill time.
If one of them was a farmer, they probably would have tried to save the sheep. I'm just saying.
I'm a farmer.
I meant your player or your character.
I swear to God, you said sheep. So I was just trying to concoct this, like.
There were like 7 of those. Like, that's the only one that has survived, but there were more.
I didn't even look.
There were like 6 or 7, something like that.
There was one called Scholars of Monsters.
We completed that one by happenstance.
By happenstance, yes. Or because there was content there and you were going to experience it in all its glory.
Yes.
No, that one was by accident, wasn't it?
Yeah,
there
that
was
one was totally by accident.
there was one
Because it was-
called
Yeah.
there was one called Ship Full of Stone. There were people being turned to stone on a ship, and a dwarf woman. Really, this was. I set this up. I put them. They were in the bar. I brought the woman in. She was all flustered and just like, I got to get this stuff off of my ship. They won't. They've quarantined it because there's apparently people are being turned to stone. There was a
Yeah, I remember that.
there was a cockatrice on the boat, and she's like,
Spoiler alert.
she's trying to get anybody to help her to get her stuff out of
don't
to get
remember this
off
at
of
all.
this boat.
don't remember
And
either.
this is when Vander goes, this sounds like a local problem. I don't think we should get involved. I'm like, God damn it, Vander!
I don't even have the mission board in my thing because I never looked at it. Mir never looked at the mission board, so Olaf never put it in my player journal.
That's funny.
I distinctly because like he's like, well then I won't show it to you. I was like, okay.
Yep. And part of that was because there are different arcs for different players, right? We've got Samir and his sort of I'm trying to be a better husband. We've got Vander on his quest for justice and necromancy. Then we got Dagana, who's a little bit harder to do large arcs for, but there is that sort of maybe I want to be a captain one day, or I want to have my own ship. That sort of nautical
I like having a lot
thing,
of money.
right? And this was the start of Dagana's arc. On her way to becoming a ship captain, and Vander's like, nah, local politics. No.
I don't remember that conversation happening at all.
I remember it because of Vander's comment. Like,
Yes,
that local politics is just like,
We overheard it in the bar or something, and they're just like, "What? People are just like have problems."
So this is
Whatever.
the thing where you
Sounds like a woman problem.
introduce it on the main quest line. I think it's more likely for us to do it like as a time crunch problem instead of you look at this note over here. You can just pick it up and go investigate.
okay. Next time, as they're going wherever they're going, a ship unable to stop, cruise 2 or speed 2 style, rams into the wharf
like-
and has got stone statues flying everywhere that look like
like-
people.
Think of it more like this. So we're going down the river like this. Here comes this other big ship just flying by, like, and Vander just goes, "Oh, that looks like local politics. Let's not get involved."
We can't stop, or the cockatrice will explode.
You would let the ship go by.
We can't help you with that.
If you were on a
Well, I can't
river
run in this
barge,
armor. Sounds like a local problem.
if you that's gonna be the next shirt. Sounds like a local problem. If you were going down the river on your barge, and another barge is coming the opposite direction, all of you would just be like, "Stand back! Just don't get near the edge. Come on, stand back! Don't get near that flaming barge now. If we just stand here, it'll probably pass us by. Just
It's true. It probably will.
yeah, like."
I feel like we would intervene in that circumstance. I
I'm
feel
a
like Vander
firefighter.
would be like, "Guys, this is a perfect opportunity for me to make a jump."
I will jump to the flaming barge
Oh man, the jumping.
because there's a small child on the barge, Vander, who's trapped. All right. Anyway,
And sheep. There's sheep on the barge.
okay. So all of that derailment.
Tangent.
The players learn about where they think they know it's out somewhere outside the city. There is this hideout where sorry.
Yeah, what was that? That was a rumor or something like that?
There was this talk
the
about
halfling.
these halfling bandits that had some sort of, they must have an encampment somewhere outside of the city. That was the most you'd heard. But the orc woman said, they were taking a barrel covered in a wagon with all of my barrels in it. It was probably leaving deep tracks. Just follow the wagon tracks. It can't be that hard. How hard could it be? In her opinion.
And we finally left the city.
And so they left the city for the first time, and they had Itsop lead, or do.
She's the tracker.
She was going to be the tracker, and I feel fine with saying this, that there were some exchanges between Itsop and the DM, and some words were exchanged along the lines of, no matter, I would like to make my rolls in secret, and no matter what I roll, I'm going to know where to go. So Itsop made her rolls and was directing the party, and there were a couple times where there were questions about if they were going in the right direction, and I think Samir challenged her on how did she know she was going the right way, and there was some talk about like bent grass or moss on the side of trees. I don't remember how she bullshitted her way out of it.
I think it was just, I'm the tracker. You said you would trust me.
I didn't say that.
No, I think that was her
that's what she
response.
said.
I think that was
That's
her
what she
response.
said.
No, I wouldn't have said I trust her. What?
No,
Yeah.
we had to convince you. Basically, I was just like, she's an elf. Whatever.
Whatever.
I don't know. Elves are mysterious creatures.
I can't remember really. I remember something about her being the tracker, and that was like, that was final word.
And in actual fact, her rolls were pretty good. And the party found the hideout without much difficulty. And we'll bring.
Didn't we make a stop in the town first?
You did not.
Nope.
That only came after you encountered the graveyard and with no gates.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. Did we go to that first or second?
No, this
No.
was first.
This was
This was
definitely
first.
first.
Okay.
That was on the way back
Okay.
because you had no idea about the green stuff at this point.
Right.
You
you're
hadn't
right.
tried to handle it yet. So here, this was, I guess that's the end of it. So some things about this map that are interesting. So this is the main thoroughfare, right? This is a bridge. This is a stone bridge that's elevated quite high up. And there are some ladders here. And this was the way the players went up. And they encountered some halflings, sort of martial ones who attacked them, and they dealt with pretty easily. But then there was another group up here in this sort of tower that was firing down at them. Once again, dealt with not too difficultly.
And one dude fell off the tower, didn't he? Like he fucking just.
Someone like broke a neck. I don't remember how.
I can't remember how he fell off the tower somehow, though. An arrow, I
Maybe
think.
like a Samir crossbow or something.
possibly. Something like that. I just remember because he's later.
I only remember the aftermath of this whole. I don't remember what happened on this, other than the bridge paralysis thing.
Yeah, I remember a couple things, but I don't remember the.
And then I remember like flinging this guy off the bridge.
I did not, Taco. No.
No.
My voice acting is not that on cue. Once I got to about here, was actually where I remember the session ended with them spying or with them seeing a very strangely dressed woman somewhere on the bridge and a halfling man behind her. And that's where we ended the session.
Like she conjured a dude, I think is when
Right.
it ended. She conjured some
And
creature.
and
out of nowhere.
she summoned some sort of another very menacing looking soldier in sharp black armor on the backside of the of the bridge here. So the players were basically, they were on this side staring across at this crazy woman, a halfling, a well-armed halfling male, and then this nasty-looking Death Knight thing back here. And that's where I remember we ended that session because it was one of those cliffhanger sort of endings. Let them think about it for the week, what that was. And then, so next session came through. We started almost immediately with combat. And the woman sort of, she started, I remember Samir was always focused on trying to attack her. She used a fly spell and was sort of keeping out of range.
I tried to pull some fancy and try to make her crash with a command.
Right.
But-
Right.
and then
Did he miss or something? Something happened.
Well, she met the roll to
Oh, that's right.
resist it. But then she cast
And I couldn't hit her.
yeah, and
with
she
my
cast some
fucking
rainbow
skill.
bullshit on me
Right.
and move or something.
She I don't remember which spell it was. I don't remember it right offhand. But
It was
like
charm.
dazzling lights or charm or something like that. At which Vander totally failed the saving throw. And this created a real sort of bottleneck because Vander was the one who was like positioned right on the
Yeah, I was
on the bridge?
fighting the built halfling.
right, whose name they found out was Damon. Damon Lobo was the name of the halfling, and they didn't want to go too far out because there was always this guy back here, but he didn't move. He just kept sort of like a braced stance at the opposite end of the bridge. And it was eventually, I don't know if she did it during combat or not. Itzop went over and like literally just tried to poke it and found out it was...
What happened? The necromancer resurrected the guy who fell
So,
off the tower.
Correct.
I know that.
Whereas she started flying out this way to sort of keep out of the most of the combat, she went back around here and then
Zombies.
raised the dead of those halflings that they had killed in the previous session. And then I think Samir and Dagana had to spend most of their time trying to clean up that. Eventually, Itzop sort of got Vander out of his dazed state because he kept failing his saving throw.
I thought that there was no way for me to actually get out unless someone else
Unless
helped.
someone helped you. Right.
That was like specifically there was no way to get out.
Right.
But as soon as someone helped me, it was like instant.
That's right.
And I think like that was a bit. It wasn't metagamey or anything like that because Tia wasn't there that day.
Right.
So you were being her, so you kind of knew,
Oh, that's what it was.
and you were
Right.
like,
That's-
"Oh God, I'm just gonna run up and hit you," because like we weren't even near him.
I don't remember how I rationalized it, but it was one of those sort of Itzop playful, just sort of like, okay, gotta help.
He's not doing anything. Somebody help. I think that was all that it was. There's
Yeah.
something wrong. Help him.
So they were able to once Vander was back in the game, they were able to subdue the halfling, but they didn't kill him. Like Vander knocked him unconscious, or no, he knocked him to really low health, and then the halfling started pleading for his life, and because it was Vander who was in front of him, Vander spared him. And in seeing that, then the woman, who they later would find out to be a necromancer woman, well, it's sort of seen her in action, blinked out of existence and fled. And they don't really know where she went. But then that's when Itzop discovered that this summoned individual back here wasn't real, was just sort of an illusion of some sort. And then Vander got some information from the halfling about what was going on, and they learned that there was a stockpile of this noxious liquid, and that he had actually just been hired by this woman who he called Svanhiter. And this was the first time they type it. And they've always pronounced it right, thankfully. and they that's the halfling and his group of other thieves had just been hired by this necromancer to steal the barrels, and they were filling them with this noxious ichor that that Svanheitor was creating here inside a cave. There was a natural spring that was bubbling up, and she was creating it there. They were putting it into these barrels and then taking them back to the city.
So I remember that there was a trap there
There was.
that was disabled.
Yeah,
You disabled it. So
Yes.
as you were coming into this cave where this natural spring was, you noticed a very rudimentary sort of tripwire, and you were able to not only disarm it but also to keep it from springing, but also it never collapsed in. And then there was this discussion of, okay, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, we decided to block off the cave entrance so that no one else could
What?
get in or access this. Until
I recall something like some of the liquid or something fell into the spring.
I believe,
Someone wanted to light it on fire. I think
Yes.
Samir
I
wanted to light one of the
it on
barrels.
fire,
yeah,
Samir
the
wanted to know if it
barrels-
would burn.
and it did not.
it did not burn.
But then, like, you tried to open a barrel, but ended up knocking it over, something like that, and it got into the water.
He did break open the top of one. I don't remember Smear being the cause of.
I can't recall exactly, but
I don't think Samir tainted the spring. I think the spring was tainted.
yeah, like that.
Okay.
The spring was how she was creating the stuff.
So then, yeah.
Locked it all off until we could get some way to purify this area or get
Yeah.
rid of it somehow.
And then we left.
Yes, I think the only thing was how we were going to get Donovan down from this bridge, which Samir decided
Damon.
the best way was
Damon.
to lower him on a rope.
Yeah, Damon.
Oh, we lost. Hang on, we lost Jake for a second. I bet his XSplit crashed.
Explit crashing.
That never
That's
happens.
unheard of.
And now I'm going to knock on wood because my XSplit has not crashed yet.
I haven't updated my XSplit since we first started doing the XSplit.
Really? That's surprising that it hasn't
It's
screamed at
bugging
you.
me to do it, but I'm not going to do
okay.
it. It's been working fine, and I only use it for this. So
Please don't make me update Windows. Please don't make me update. My problem is I can't update the Mac side of this because this machine is boot camped. I can't update the Mac side without having to repurchase the program that allows me to access the hard drives, some that are formatted for Mac, some that are formatted for Windows, at all times. Does that make
Gross.
sense?
that's weird.
Yeah. Eventually we're going to switch to a 2 PC setup, but that's a sometimes. Someday in the future. All right. Here he comes.
Welcome back.
That was annoying.
Oh, your audio is very quiet.
Hello?
Hello.
Is it still quiet?
It's getting better.
a little bit better.
Bop, bop, bop.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. We good?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Got to move you guys around again.
Anyway, yeah, we lowered Damon down the thing on a rope.
We did not lower him.
We dropped him.
We tied a
Samir,
rope around him and kicked him off, and he stopped a little ways, and then we dropped him.
Sort of a bungee jump. Did we destroy one of these cranes or something?
Did we cover that I had to convince you guys to take him?
no, we
Yeah, I
didn't. We haven't given the whole Damon Lobo wait. So Vander got a little information out of him. Then Itsop, because she was playing again, spent a lot of time getting sort of the backstory of all of this out of Damon. Hey, Bosox. And
that's what it was.
And so Vander wanted to. I thought it was Vander who wanted to take him back.
No, I think I was
like, we're done with him. We don't need him.
Yeah, I was totally fine with just killing him for what he had basically perpetrated and was in charge of this bandits.
And I was down for just straight up letting him go.
I was like, man, this guy's evil. He deserves to die.
And I was like, he's got to be worth money. And then the gun was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So we tied him up.
I was like, oh yeah, money, cool.
We tied him up, and like Vander's like, how are we gonna get him down? And I was like, well, obviously we tie him up and then kick him over the side.
And that is exactly what they chose to do.
We tied him up. We had enough length of rope that we kick him off, and he just whoop,
right here
in the middle of air.
And instead of carrying him down, they just threw him off the stone bridge.
Well, I don't know if you've ever carried something large down a flimsy-ass wooden ladder, but
true.
not my idea.
You probably would have had to make some rolls for some memorable experiences.
Plus, we wanted to scare him a lot.
No.
So he wouldn't try anything. Because he knows we, kept him alive when we didn't have to.
I seem to remember something about destroying a crane or something.
Yeah, we did. We destroyed something.
Did you?
Yes,
Yeah, there was a crane.
I absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, right here. This is. Oh, did you go?
No, we sabotaged it.
Sabotaged sounds right.
Right.
We had great because we went up there and me and Vander looked up in some things and we're like, "Yo, Ghana, it'd be really cool if you sabotage that so they can't lift anything up here anymore."
So what they're talking about is right here. It's hard to tell in the top-down perspective, but this was a crane that presumably had been used to lift various things off down here lift the barrels from this well spring down to waiting carts or things like that. Oh, see, Sorik, the only time this has been an issue with the boot camp system, I mean, we're on the Windows side right now. XSplit's running fine. It is that the USB interface for the mic or the mixer interface. It hates it. And you saw the first couple of streams, constant problems. It always would crash using just this like $23 headset. No problem. I can't explain it. It'll run Witcher 3 on Ultra because it's got the best video cards that Mac can put in a Mac Pro, but it can't run an audio mixer. So they got Damon, they got the halfling down, and they carted him back to the city in chains, and I don't even think they tied him up, to be honest.
No, he was tied up because we tied him up first.
Yeah, we tied him up with the rope.
Oh, right, and to throw him over. Right,
And then
yes.
threw him over.
Yes.
So he was
Sorry.
still tied up a little bit.
We took him to the dockmaster.
Oh, we
We
did.
took
No,
him
you
to that
didn't.
asshole.
Did we take him to the Dockmaster?
Yes,
Oh, yeah, we did.
Because we were trying to prove
That's
that.
yeah.
So as they came, they got back to the city, and as they got back to the city, they saw there was a lot of soldiers moving around the city that were not the City Watch. They were these warden types that they had seen before. So there was a lot of activity going on there. And they also saw out in the harbor, there are these huge ships that sort of longboat type, raider type boats that had taken up sort of a blockade position around the harbor. And as they were they were like, all right, we're going to go and clear this up, take this back, take the halfling to see the master of the docks. As they came up to the main watchtower, Switch the scene back here, even though we don't need it too much, but whatever. Oh, right. I've actually got to move you guys to it, not just switch the scene. As they came up to the dock watchtower down here, they saw that like a hastily constructed, not gibbet. Maybe gibbet's right.
Gibbet is a little cage on a rope, basically.
Well, no, then it's not a gibbet. What do you hang someone from?
Gallows?
Other than a yard arm? Yeah, gallows would probably be best. Had been sort of constructed right next to the watchtower, and there was this portly man who was hanging by his neck from this makeshift gallows. And they went in and started the conversation. Found the master of the watch, and learned that the guy hanging outside, Bosox Arasi is sick this evening. That's why we're doing sort of we're doing a summation broadcast of everything that happened before our very first episode, so that if people want to go back and watch to know how the players got to where we started from on episode 1, that's all of this stuff. So she was gonna try and be here, but just ill and a bad connection as well. So we wanted to move the story forward with all the players. So that's why we're doing this. I had wanted to do this for a little while. So they started talking with a master of the docks and found out that the guy hanging outside was apparently the captain of the ship that had brought in those barrels of toxin that they had found on their very first day. Excuse me, sorry. And in just his personality, the dock master just killed him. And this caused some issue. Like Dagana took exception to this, I remember. But they sort of, he did accept, as the players explained, that obviously the halfling Damon Lobo was the culprit, and had been the cause of the moving the ichor and poisonous barrels around the city. He did begrudgingly sort of accept that, as the players sort of laid it out in there's no other explanation. He essentially testified right in front of him. When questioning about money or some possible reward, the dockmaster didn't want anything to do with the halfling, but he suggested they go and see the captain of the city watch, and maybe she would. Did I miss anything on that?
Nope, that sounds about right. I
Okay.
forget what the captain's name was. I know she's right here. I can't remember what her name was.
What do you mean? The dead captain?
No. The captain of the city watch.
Oh.
Octavia?
Octavia, yes.
So after we dealt with the dockmaster, we went and saw Octavia about our reward.
Correct.
We dragged the ringleader with us to go see Octavia.
Right.
And this is where Vander and Octavia had a little tete-a-tete.
And
Well,
I can't remember what it was about.
it was sorry.
I feel like I didn't go inside or something.
I believe you did, because there was money involved.
Yeah, it was a sort of
Yeah.
short.
I don't have anything in my notes that said you were elsewhere.
I don't remember what it is that you two got off on the wrong foot about.
Yeah, there was something strange.
Like she had a tone of voice, and you were like, "No, I will not have this. I am Vander. I speak for justice."
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
I think
Maybe
it was
just
like
something about the guards or something.
The ineffectiveness of the city watch, potentially.
Possibly.
I don't
Probably.
remember, but like I remember, I was like, "Ooh."
Yeah, I
that's-
know we got off on the
like,
wrong foot.
I was like, Samir's gonna have to be the voice of reason in here?
Yeah.
What is happening? So
Yeah.
Samir talked to her about the money and getting it and telling her we gotta go outside of the city.
Yeah, we learned that the
Oh, they were meeting in the graveyard.
No,
Got
no,
We
you
don't
didn't
know
know that yet. Not yet.
graveyard yet. Does she tell us about it? I don't know how we
Nope.
figured out that there's something.
We'll get to that.
Yeah,
What you, the conversation you were having, like you were saying, look, she agreed to give you like money for, or to give you a reward for the,
Leader of some
for the
sort of
leader,
band.
right? For the dogmen is what they called themselves. This halfling, Damon Lobo was the leader of the dogmen bandits. She agreed to give you a reward for bringing him in alive. But then you guys said, okay, thank you. But there's also this larger issue of this poisonous, spring of ichor shit is still there. Like we blocked it off,
Right.
so that no one hopefully would mess with it, but we didn't stop it. It's still there. And we tried some stuff, but none of the things we could do worked. So, yeah. And so she agreed that she would send a contingent of soldiers plus a cleric from the local shrine. And then I think you guys suggested that the elf healer Tafana go along as well.
Yes. Yeah. We also
And-
learned from her that she wasn't very happy about the wardens sort of exerting their power here.
Correct. She was not happy being. Yep, we'll see you, Bosox. Yes, it'll be on YouTube in two or 3 days before the weekend's over.
How was it we got the letter from her then? I was like, oh, you can go wherever you want.
You negotiated that with
Yeah,
her.
I know, but like I thought this is when I negotiated it.
I think it's because I don't know.
Because-
I
Not
know
yet.
that
Not
you
yet.
guys
I've got.
like-
I've got it. I've got
Okay.
it.
Oh, okay.
I've got it. That's.
Cool.
We're coming to it. Patience. And so she agrees, and you find out. Yes, one, she is not happy about the fact that the city is sort of under martial law by this outside force that is foreign and whatnot. And you also find there's a little tension. She doesn't really like Tafana. I think she called her like that narrow-assed elf or something like that.
Yeah,
like
she did.
she doesn't really like her, but she said if she wants to tag along, fine, she can tag along. So then you returned. Then you went from. So they were here. So this is where the captain of the watch is located in this building. And so then you just made a quick jaunt back to the brewery to tell the half-orc woman Jikosh that she was in the clear. And actually she was leaving, I think, as you came in, and she was like, oh great, fine, thank you. And she told you to go and just talk to her assistant. She would give you your reward. And that would be Mikta, the halfling, who, as you come in, she's accommodating and whatnot, gives you 2 healing potions, gives Itzop a vial of greenish liquid that she says is from Cooper Woodard, the guy who had the gas spores and the whatnot. And then for the
Get the alchemy jump.
group of you gives you then the prized possession that got Jikosh started in the business of being the alchemy jug, which you promptly put away and then never used again.
Excuse me, it has been used.
It was
I
used.
think about it.
It was used like 5 months later. Let's be honest.
I think about it a lot, but I just never figured out how to, properly use
How
it.
am I going
So
to
Vander has it.
mayonnaise?
Vander has it. So it is always Vander's decision if it makes sense.
I think about it a lot, actually. very offensive that you think I don't.
And
This is also where Ithop got her bat.
True. Yes, that's right. And because we were doing animal companions for the ranger, and Itzop noticed a bat hanging in the eaves outside.
Squeak, squeakums, squeakums.
Yeah, Squeakums is what she chose to name it.
Was that actually the name?
It was something like that. Squeakers or Squeaky? It was Squeaky.
Squeaky sounds
I
probably.
think it was Squeaky. And then they headed back to their home base of the tavern. And then they got some more information. They were talking to the tavern keeper, Dooley, the dwarf, about this increased martial presence, but also then this seemingly blockade that now was in the harbor. And Dooley was really on this war path of, we got to get rid of these wardens. That bitch Eleonora, who is roughing me up, she needs to die. He explained that from what he had heard, the blockade was another sort of faction or political power on the island, a group called the Whitecaps, who were blockading the port to prevent anyone from leaving, while the wardens searched within the city trying to find this sort of resistance faction called the Velhaladin, and specifically this sort of weapon of power that they had stolen. And the Whitecaps were really trying to get it back. Or sorry, the wardens were really trying to get it back, and there was a lot of local political tension going on. And Dooley was very adamant. He wanted revenge. And the players were a little bit like, Dooley was expecting that the players were going to help him get revenge, and the players were like, we're not really committing to anything, right?
Yeah, it was just sort of like, okay, we're like gonna just kill a bunch of people for you, because, you don't really know them. It's sort of like, we don't have the whole picture of the.
We don't have any
political
skin in
scene,
the
and we're
game,
just
really.
like, these are just random people to us. We're not assassins.
Indeed.
But then they did something.
Yeah. And so then the players rested for a long rest. And we had I don't know if everyone got an update sheet, but Smear sure as shit did.
I sure as fucking shit did.
And to everyone's surprise, Samir knows what happens in his dream, and that is for him to choose to reveal at some point. But Samir woke up screaming, and woke up everyone in the room. But he was out the door before anyone knew what was happening, and he went right next door to another room in the upstairs part of the tavern. I should have that. It's level 2. There we go.
I think this was another episode where Itzop was not here.
I think that's true. We had sort of. Oh, see, we still even got the old tokens. Look at that. Chatia was starting a new job, and that's actually sort of what in the end it was the reason why she couldn't continue. So I can even recreate how this happened. So Samir, right here, these were our old tokens before we switched to the sort of the 3-dimensional one. He wakes up screaming and he bolts out the door. Next door to here, where in this room he finds that Efrix, the woman who he had met on his very first day, who was a member of this sort of this group called the Meadow, which was from his former life. She was a prostitute, and she had been roughed up.
And love counselor.
And I don't when I talk about the Meadow is a brothel type organization, but it's more than just people come in, pay for sex, get sex, leave. It's not that base of an institution. It is more of a. It has
It's like
been
the companions in Firefly.
yeah, that's a very good comparison. That there is the sort of some people have certain needs, other people have, different.
It's like so I came up with this whole idea based sort of a little bit off of Firefly. It was kind of like I didn't think of it consciously, but it came in subconsciously. It was just like this is more than just sex. It's it's physical love, emotional love, and love counseling kind of a thing. Like couples need counseling, they come to these people if they need to talk their problems through, if they need, to get, try to like, how do I, it's like their Tinder a little bit. Like I need a hookup. Like I need some love that's not just from you guys. I need, more successful sort of like, so they had like a dating service kind of whole deal. They dealt with all of those things to facilitate Freya's needs, worship, whatever.
So one example here. So as Jake had explained this to me, and I created the characters that would populate the business. One of them, who is actually right here, is a dwarf male whose name is Gulnam, and he's a short, fat dwarf, and he is not in any way a sexual object, but he has this sort of passive ability that people are able to talk to him, and through almost like a psychiatrist, that as he talks to you over a beer or casual conversation, you're explaining your problems, the way he asks questions, you sort of come to the realization of probably what you should do. So he was really in demand as that sort of someone to talk to, but it really in no way was there. It was never a sexual thing, because he was a fat dwarf, and unless you're into that, whatever.
Short dwarf man.
So there were a lot of different tiers of services that sort of people provide for different problems. But our character Efrix was more of this sort of sexual companion. She had a warden who had come in just very recently, and who had been rough and abused her, and Samir had just sort of gotten into the room after this had happened, and the dwarf, Gulnan, was, though normally calm-tempered, was a raging ring of fire. And he wanted blood. And Samir was like, well, Samir, you explain it, because you sort of took it and ran with it.
I was just like, okay, we're not dealing with them anymore. Keep yourselves protected, and I just hauled ass after them. Like, I'm going to teach these guys not to hurt my people, period, end of story. That's all he was thinking.
So Samir sort of got tunnel vision, saw red. He left out of the tavern.
To this point, none of my party had ever seen Samir act this way ever.
Yeah. Nope. This is probably
didn't really met his people. We didn't really know.
Well, just rage. You've never seen him truly just.
Yeah, all of this was a lot of new.
Pull out sword, and he's just running. Like, you've never seen. Like, people didn't see that before.
And what happened was Samir left the tavern, or sorry, left the second floor down to the first floor, out the main door of the tavern, just sort of single-minded, trying to find whoever was responsible for this. And I'm just seeing. And the dwarf Gulnan tried to follow, as well as the other players who had sort of come out of their room and didn't really know what was happening, but saw Samir leaving in this frenzy. They followed behind him. Let's switch here. And I don't have written down how Samir knew where he was going.
I think I asked. I said, on the way I was running, I was like, Dooley, where did those people ago or something.
Oh yeah, the guy who just came, who is because she had Efrix, the elf woman had marked him, had clawed him across the face, and so Dooley directed that he had seen him just head out, probably going to take the next ship back to the or going back out to the docks, and I said, yeah. And right around here is where Samir caught up with this individual, and it was one warden, and he had a couple lackeys, and then there was a we'll zoom in here, and actually. Yeah, I believe it was this wharf.
It was this wharf, and he was on this boat. But I think he wasn't. I think he was down in the boat when things first started. I don't think he was part of. He was like, I didn't see. I don't think I saw him.
The Minotaur we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't think he was involved until after the first couple of rounds.
There was and the way it transpired was. There was sort of the guy who had been the instigator, the warden, and then he had two lackeys with him. And Samir just sort of bull rushed the responsible individual and just, I mean, basically...
I just stabbed him in touch of death.
Yeah, he used as much sort of single target, single damage that he could do in one round.
The first time we rested, I hit level 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I got access to a bunch of different stuff, and I used it.
And essentially eviscerated in a
I turned him into a husk.
Yes, he was husked.
In one shot.
I think you also immediately killed the second one that was beside him. And the third one tried to scramble onto the ship somehow.
Right. There was a jump involved. There was a jumping. Yeah. There was jumping.
You're right. Like, I went in, I skewered the first guy, he died, and then I think that was the end of my turn, but the guy jumped. One of the guys saw it happen, jumped, and I skewered him on his jump, and he landed, and he was...
That's what it was.
Right.
That's what it
Using your reaction.
You guys were just coming in, but I still had it was my turn again, because you guys had just come in, and I turned and killed the other guy.
Right. And then there became this sort of tense moment where... So Samir had basically single-handedly taken out the wardens that had been there on the dock side. But then either he noticed or everyone else noticed that there was this massive Minotaur, on the ship right next to the wharf, who seemed to be aiding those wardens, and they had heard stories that the wardens and the Whitecaps were working together in this sort of search for this weapon of power. And it looked like combat was going to continue against this large Minotaur. And
did I not jump on the boat?
You did jump on the boat after the guy.
Right.
Yeah.
And you brained him.
Did I not successfully jump? I would just like to throw that out there.
But I was just trying to remember, because whether it had happened here or it was another time.
There was another time you jumped, though, as well.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't the fall of them.
You made this jump and you brained the guy on the floor, and that right in front of the Minotaur.
Right.
Yes. And then Dagana has a thing.
And then Dagana began her first relationship with Minotaurs.
Yes.
Keyword first. And Dagana through a couple of really clutch persuasion rolls, convinced this Minotaur that, you know what, okay, you're allied with these wardens, but these guys were fucking dirtbags, and they got what they deserved. It doesn't have anything to do with the larger political shit. They were just dirtbags. And through, I think one was a crit. One had to have been a crit.
I think it was, yeah.
I'm so glad you convinced them to, because after having had a fight with one-on-one for a little while,
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Would
especially
not
like
recommend
high level
at a
being
much
then.
lower level.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure our political standing wouldn't be very great either. You know, killing a captain of one of these ships just sort of, you know.
Not gonna get involved.
Political matter. Local politics. And so then they, the Minotaur sort of went, fine, I've got other things to do, and he let them go about their business. That could have gone lots of different ways, but that's how it went. And it was then on your way, you're sort of like trying to figure out what to do next, is when you observed some of those halfling bandits looked like you saw. No, see, this is why I know it was this dock. It had to have been this dock, because you saw over this way halflings loading barrels from what looked to be the base of this tower through some crude
Are you
hole
sure
in
that
the
was
wall.
Okay, so
I'm
here's
sure
the
it is.
things that I have confused out of order. When did we get a map? Because we definitely got a map at some point.
Dagana
was like,
eventually
this-
got one.
I think it
Dagana,
was after this though.
Yes, and there was a point where I was chasing Itzop through the streets.
that's
That
right.
was after this as well.
I had to make athletics rolls,
Yes, you did.
and I was just like jogging casually behind her, and she's like, "What the fuck?"
And she was trying her best to lose you.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I don't remember why I was chasing her.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly.
Oh, I think that was Itzop that was actually just prior to this, in that Itzop was trying to catch up with Samir, and you were following along behind
That's
her.
right.
Ah, yes.
Because she was like, Samir, what's going on? And she really wanted to follow Samir, and all you had seen was Samir run and then her running, and then trying to catch up.
See, that's weird because I thought that she wasn't here for this session, and she was left back in the room talking to and comforting.
You're right, actually. You are right. So it had to have been sometime else. Because you are 100% right, because I left her in the room to talk with the
Yeah.
woman so she would learn more about That's true. So it must have been some other time, which I don't then have in the notes.
But I do think she was chasing after Samir or someone that had gone
It was
off
Samir.
on their own.
Yeah, it was Samir. Maybe we'll get to it and we'll remember it.
Maybe.
I don't remember that.
I definitely do remember it. Yeah,
I definitely remember
because
rolling.
yeah, Vander having to roll in full plate.
We went into this whole thing about this guy in gleaming armor making a whole bunch of noise running through the streets.
Yep.
People were looking at me and stuff like that.
Yep. Okay, so but this was the point where you did observe over here at the base of this tower through sort of obviously a knocked out hole, halflings trying to take the barrels that you had previously seen filled with this noxious liquid out of this tower and into some really rickety looking rowboat. In getting over there, you were able to sort of quickly dispatch. I think you killed all of them. There was only like 2 or 3 of them, something like that. But
There was 2 or 3 of them. We jumped over there across, or we ran over there we killed one of them, and he tipped fucking thing into it was going into the boat. It didn't go into the boat. It fell, crashed, and broke open into the water.
correct.
And had to
And-
fight Zombie Sawahagan.
And poisoned the fish people that apparently were swimming in that water in the harbor. And you had, 2 zombie Sahuagin that you had to deal with. Which you did. And then, sort of, in plot points, you found on the body of one of these halflings sort of instructions that they were supposed to bring these barrels to the graveyard to the north of the city to try out some sort of nefarious plot.
Okay.
And that's where we're going to take a break, because I need to use the little boy's room, as I've been talking a lot and drinking on top of it. So give us just 3 minutes, and we'll pick up right from here. I hope this is interesting to people who don't know any of this. I know we're not seeing rolls or the standard stuff, but it'll be valuable for posterity when we can't remember anything. So 2-3 minutes, we'll be back. All right, so welcome back, everybody, to our episode 0. I know it says episode 17 on the thing on Twitch, but that's a lie. As per usual, Twitch is lying about things, and the caster is lying to you about what's actually going on in the show. So let's bring the players back in here. Here we go. So we're sort of recapping all the things that happened before our very first streamed episode. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Because our 4th player is ill and was going to have a real tough time anyway, just making things work. It's Thanksgiving weekend. We're happy we've got a show of some sort. So the players had just seen that this... they had learned that there was more to this plot of trying to corrupt the cities or create undead somehow through different parts of the city, and now it seemed like there was going to be something to do with the graveyard and whatnot. So they went... in finding out about this, they had noticed that the city was essentially sealed off. They couldn't leave. So they decided to take what they had found and go to the captain of the City Watch, who they'd interacted with previously, and try and get her on their side and just sort of lay out the facts, which they did. And despite the sort of tense first interaction that they'd had, she agreed, and she gave them a letter of some form that
we weren't allowed to get through the gates.
Yeah, that said whoever bears this letter would be allowed to pass through the gates. Any city watch should let them pass.
Didn't we
shit out of that letter?
Sorry, go ahead, Vander, because I've forgotten something that I'm...
didn't we beforehand, we learned Dooley's plan.
Right.
Like specifics of the plan,
right,
about how we were supposed to kill these
right.
general...
Which I don't... which would have happened... so before Samir's whole one-man mission, that evening before, Dooley had come and talked to the players and said, so my contacts in this resistance group, the Velhaladin, have worked out a way that we can take out the 3 sort of lieutenants of the woman who roughed me up, this Eleonora, how we can take out her 3 subordinates. And they've said they'll help you to do so, and one of them's going to be... one of them will be at the North Gate. One of them will be at the river docks. And the other will be at the other tavern, the other city tavern that's sort of in the center of the city. And we'll do, if it's sort of a coordinated hit one, hit the other, hit the final one, so no one can react. And so he'd sort of laid this out of when and where these opportunities would be. And the players were still sort of like, okay, we haven't really signed on for this, right?
Yeah, it was sort of he gave us like a time constraint, basically. Like it had to be the next day kind of thing.
Right, within the next 24 hours.
That's what it was, 24 hours.
I think Vander was hesitant on that because he wanted to just straight up go after the necromancer.
Yes.
No, like...
Right.
Also just not being somebody's assassin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then we found this note that was basically...
That's the thing with the wardens and my people.
Yeah.
On board a little bit.
Your microphone's a little bit low, Booby.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think when when the player group found this sort of note that sort of put them back on the trail potentially of Svanhiter, the necromancer, that sort of like that became kind of the singular. That became the focus for Vander. Am I exaggerating?
No, that's basically exactly what happened.
Okay. But to do so, they had to get out of the city. So they got this permission slip essentially from the captain of the city watch, and were on their way towards the north gate when, lo and behold, they do see there's a contingent of a few guards, but of these wardens, and then one of the lieutenants, the sort of the woman who hadn't really said much, Batilda. And they were kind of waved over kind of from a back alley by a woman who you had never encountered previously, had you? Unless I'm missing something. Who introduced herself as Sabelina, who was a member of this Velhaladin resistance sort of
Katarina.
group.
Katarina was her name.
Yeah, Katarina Al-Saber, sorry. Why do I have Sabelina?
Sabelina was the trapped priestess, wasn't she?
Traps priestess.
Trapped. No. Sabelina was like the head of the wardens. That's what it was.
Right, yes. Sabelina Moreau is the head, who you have never encountered. You've just heard her name.
Just heard
Still
about her.
to this day. So met Katarina Al-Saber, some who call her the Saber. And she had some sort of magical cap of some sort that allowed her to alter her shape. And so she sort of posed as an old woman, went up to the guards and started making a commotion about someone was hurt at one of the local establishments, and she drew away she drew away all of the city watch, sort of the innocent bystanders, from this group. And the players then, as they're seeing their opportunity, attacked the remaining of Batilda and her contingent. From what I remember of that combat, there was some javelin action, Vander, right?
Yeah, I turned her into a husk, and then some guy ran away. It was like the last remaining guy, and Vander was like, "I got it," and pulled out his javelin and threw it and crit.
Yeah, for the first time I threw a javelin and wrecked this guy.
Okay.
And you described it as his god saying, I got your help. I got your back, buddy." Took control of the thing and speared him through the chest, and he just hung there.
Yeah.
Right, impaled upon
Impaled upon the spear.
on the javelin, sticking in the ground.
Sticking in the ground.
What came of that? What came of that was Samir got found a magical ring on the dead mage's person, which turned out to be to give him the ability to literally walk on water, which he has used several times to comedic effect or strategic effect. But also that they found some sort of crystal on her person as well, and didn't really know what it was about. And Vander kept it, I believe.
It was either me or Samir. I can't
No, it was not
recall.
me.
Okay.
Must have been me then.
But having cleared the gate, they headed out towards out to the outskirts of the city to find where this cemetery was.
Isn't
And
it broken or cracked or something? This stone?
it started to it sort of faded to inert, like it was glowing when you first got it, and then the glow just sort of faded quite quickly. So they went around and found this sort of cemetery. I think I probably still have it here. Let's see if I've got it in the archive. bring it up here. Simple enough. If Roll20 wants to play nice. Ooh, maybe I will. Maybe I won't. So I don't see where that map has gone. Maybe it's in random locations. Nope, I don't see it, so I'm not gonna go crazy trying to find it. But the cemetery had this sort of wrought iron fencing around the four sides of it, but where the gates would be, there were no gates. And then there were a lot of just sort of simple headstones, but then there was one mausoleum for someone important, presumably. And the players sort of scouted around the periphery and to sort of get the lay of the land, and they could see there were a lot of undead sort of shuffling around in the graveyard itself.
I think Dagana did a lot of this scouting around the edge.
Correct. Dagana did almost maybe all of the scouting, and I think she came back. Is that right? Once or twice?
She scouted out first, came back, told us, and then we all went together afterwards.
And
I went around. I saw the two halflings and the cart.
Yeah.
And then I went back because they were loading stuff up on there. And then Vander and I went out kind of ahead, and Samir stayed behind a little bit. Like, I don't know why.
I don't remember why either.
He definitely was.
But Samir...
But he was, like, not hugely behind, but significant enough.
Yeah. I think he was just doing the regular thing where just kind of, staying behind the meat shield kind of thing.
I don't remember.
Well, the key point was that you saw, Dagana saw there were these, on one side of the fences, sort of watching what these undead shuffling around inside the cemetery were doing. There were two halflings that had a wagon, and that wagon was attached to a donkey. And Dagon, after they'd been found out that they were there, I don't remember if Dagana had killed one of the halflings already, but one of them tried to get away with the cart.
Yeah, she
This
killed one
whole
with
thing, by the way, this whole time, I have the attention of some bitch that's piping
Right.
at me.
So Samir, one of the undead was a particularly powerful one that had charmed Samir.
No, she had
She had a magic flute or something like that. Magic pipe that caused...
She was doing some shit, and every time it made me make a con save or something.
Yeah, for paralyzing.
Right, that's right. A crypt singer. Was a technical term. She's one of the old... She was an old, like, 3rd or 3.5 mob that I converted.
But basically, like, she was just, like, every time I broke it, I would take a couple of steps, and then she'd hit me again.
Right.
Yeah.
But she couldn't get... The idea normally is she would paralyze her victim with her little flute song, and then she'd go up and she'd, screw you.
Oh, yeah.
But she was on the opposite side of the fence. So there was this... She kept paralyzing Samir, but she could never make a roll to get up and over the fence to get to him. While this was happening, the halflings, or if maybe one was still alive, tried to escape, like whip the donkey and get away with the cart. And I don't remember if Dagana, did you use your reaction?
No, it was just straight up action. I saw that. I don't think the other one was dead, or if they were, it was like really low health, something like that. But I saw them trying to get away. So I went after the donkey.
And you crit.
No, I didn't crit. I missed. But then you were like, oh, since the donkey's tied up,
So Vander.
I was making an argument about how there should be advantage on this.
Advantage. So
stupid
then
donkey
when I hit
attached.
then I hit a crit
Okay.
on this fucking poor
And
donkey.
she eviscerated this donkey's goddamn throat.
Yeah, and it was very graphic, as I remember the description, either the one that I gave or the one that, or Dagana's description of what she was trying to do.
I was trying to slit its throat, but it critted, so it was like you stab the donkey in the throat, and then his body lurches and like knocks the halfling prone.
That's right. It knocked
the cart.
That's right. It knocked the halfling out of the cart.
And then the donkey dies horribly.
That's right. That was the most, probably the most memorable part of it, was that the player, they found out that what had been happening was these halflings had experimented with pouring. They had barrels of this same ichor that the players had been chasing for quite some time. And they had found that these halflings had experimented with pouring the ichor over the graves here in the cemetery. And then, gotten back to a safe distance to watch what happened. And that had caused the bodies underneath to rise up again in a state of undead. They cleared out the undead that were there here in the cemetery. There was a...
It was the first time that Samir used Turn Undead.
Yeah, Freya was like, yo, do this thing. And I was like, are you sure? And she was like, yeah. And I ran in there like, I got this, guys, I got it.
And I was like, you sure?
Not explaining to the other players what he meant by, I got this. Guys, I got this. Because Samir doesn't normally run into the fray.
Before I was talking, what do you mean? I was talking to God, or talking to the air.
Yeah.
They didn't so my God was talking to me in my head, and I was responding aloud, and then I was like, all right, and I said, don't worry, guys, I got this. So after viewing me talking to the middle of the air, I just run, don't worry, guys, I got it, and run in, pull up my thing, and cast Turn Undead.
Totally sane person, not crazy at all.
100% sane.
They had a little trouble with the mausoleum, that there was more undead in there that they were maybe prepared for, but overall dealt with the combat it was just sort of this.
I think you said like the whole reason this wasn't as a disaster was because the pipe lady was piping me instead of joining the fray.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
I think, we totally probably would have gotten absolutely screwed had we gone in the front gates.
It was designed with a sort of, you have to think your way around this. If you try and brute force this, that crypt singer will screw you. And everything, that'll be a player is paralyzed and then someone else will ruin it. But no one else. Samir was on the outskirts of the entire battle map. So there weren't any other undead that were anywhere even in a line of sight with him that could affect him being paralyzed. So they just kept running into Vander and Dagana, who were sort of free of any outside influences. And so sort of one by one, they just worked their way through.
Basically, Samir was off tank in this fight.
Yeah, kind of.
I was just sitting there because I was like, man, this is frustrating. I just want to get up to the fight.
It was just super frustrating.
This woman just keeps fucking singing at me. And when we killed her, I totally crushed her pipes.
Yeah.
I totally stomped them.
I remember that.
I was like, I don't even care if these are a magical item. They're fucking dead to me.
Yep. Fuck you.
But then, we went in the little tombs, and there were still like two more, something like
Yeah, I
that.
think there was 2 more, and I was curious and opened them up.
And there was more than that. There was some that were trying to get out but they were sealed in the sort of.
Yeah, I opened all of them to make sure that if they were
They
undead.
were all dead.
Right.
With justice.
Yes, with just.
And then I yelled at the village owner.
Well, what the more important thing that came out of this
I found
was
a
that
note.
on those halflings, Vander found a note, which I think we've shown on
That leads us to where
we've
we
shown
are
before.
now.
But it was this one, a note to Mashan, who presumably was one of those dead halflings, saying Svanhiter has had some sort of setback with her plan, and Damon has been captured. That was the halfling, the guy they captured at the hideout up in the hills. That was Damon. So the brewery plan is off. I've heard that the dockmaster has left the city, so I need you and your crew to get the serum out of the dock tower, take it to the cemetery north of the city and dump it among the graves, see what happens, and then find me in Hiren. Be safe, my love, faster. And this is, as they said, this is what has led them to the town of Hiren and where the story currently is right now. However, some things happened after that, before they got on a boat and all of that stuff.
Yeah, we went back to the...
You went to the hamlet, right?
Told them about what happened.
Which I have...
yelled at them for not having goddamn gates on their cemetery.
Idiots.
So they found
in a world of goddamn magic. Why do you not have gates on your cemetery? Burn your dead.
Yeah, they found the bailiff of this hamlet, and Samir gave him a talking to. Yes, they have taken the long way home, Sork. That is right. And sort of said, just at least barricade it so no one gets into it because they still had no solution for what they were supposed to do in order to counteract this serum, this agent, or this toxin. And the guy said he would and seemed genuine and whatnot. And so
we stayed the night,
and then you stayed the night in the little inn that was there on the outside of town. Yeah. And Itzop rejoined you in the morning. Not quite sure where she had been.
I think she was with us the whole time.
No, she wasn't.
No, she definitely wasn't, because this is where she was coming back from not playing. I think it's she stayed with. She hadn't experienced any of the
undead.
Yeah, no, she didn't. Mm-mm. She wasn't there.
Sorry, I'm just. Okay, I'm just reading my notes here so I remember the order of things as they're going. So as you sort of you decide, okay, I guess we're gonna go and I guess we'll deal with the other two lieutenants, maybe just sort of see what's going on there. I don't know. What was your thinking at that time?
I think we're like, well, we're committed now. Let's head back towards the one on the river docks.
Well, yeah, I know.
No, what happened was we were heading back into, because when we had left, we talked to Katerina, and we basically said, you guys can handle it. You go help your friends or whatever, and we're going to save this hamlet from this cemetery that's got this undead problem. And I mean, the reason we came back is we have no other place to go. Like, we don't know where Hiren is because we don't have a map. I don't think at this point. And as we're going back to the city, we see dark clouds in the distance.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. We saw
Like
fire, smoke. Yeah.
Smoke coming from the river docks.
And Itzop sends her bat to check it out.
Right. And so you go and investigate, and she says, like, the bat comes back and says, there seems that there was a fire of some sort. There's a barge that's burning on the docks. So you go and investigate it, and you start being stealthy. My notes here are a line that says They went to the river. They saw smoke from the river docks. They went there and fixed it. That's my notes for this.
So we went to the river dock. We saw in the distance some things happening on the docks, and we were like, let's be stealthy and figure out.
You saw some guy. I remember you saw some guys like searching around the shoreline looking for stuff. And yes, then there was this stealth plan.
And then Dagana and Arasi stealth really well, and we're headed in front of us. It's off, whatever. Straight ahead, and then me and Vander were holding back while we watched.
Yeah.
And then we were like, oh, we need to get a closer look. And so I stealthed a little further ahead, and then Vander rolled a 2.
Yeah.
And the light
sun in his eyes. The dawn sun. It was the dawn sun.
Yeah, 19,000 people just turn and are like, that's a man in metal. And then we got into some combat, and that's when Vander, we pushed forward, and that's when Vander was like, swim to the boss guy, and the boss guy jumped into the water.
So they
He
got...
tried to, but like we kept fucking hitting him, so he couldn't even do that. Like he just kept getting shit on every turn, and every time he tried to move, couldn't.
I
remember that because Olaf was very, very, very upset because that guy was like super overpowered normally, but because his only focus was trying to get into the water.
So they encountered the one of the second lieutenant. So there was the barge that had brought the wardens into the city had been set on fire. They had no idea why. It was just it had obviously burned its course. It was just giving off smoldering smoke. The fire must have been several hours previous. But there was still a contingent of wardens trying to salvage what had been cast into the river, and leading that group was this other one of the other lieutenants, Aileron, whose name they never knew. But as within the first round of combat, and Aileron was designed, I think he was a bandit captain was his technical class, but he was if he's in melee combat with you, you're fucked, because he can do a lot of parrying or countering, things of that nature. But round 1, Vander takes him out of the game completely with it was a command, right?
Command swim, yeah. So what happened was, I'm not sure whether he was already being attacked or not, but whenever my turn came up at the very beginning, I told him to swim, and he made it into the water.
No, he ran like Taco. He ran into the water. It was like
he was in the water, and then he couldn't get back out of the water.
Right. And couldn't get back out of the water. So like he was running to the water, got reaction attacked. He jumped into the water, and then he couldn't get back out.
That's right. Since he was running away from everybody got an attack of opportunity, essentially.
Yeah. And I think someone hit him in the middle of his jump as he was jumping into the water.
I think I shot an arrow, and it crit.
You weren't shooting arrows. You were melee.
Yeah, you rapiered the shit out of him.
But she didn't have a rapier then.
She sworded the shit out of him. I don't know, whatever sword she had at that time.
But he was in the water, and he couldn't get out of the water because we kept like hammering.
And then you were using your water walking.
Yeah. I would just smack him in the face.
Right. So the detriment, the command was only that one round of causing him to try and swim, but not only the damage that he suffered on that one round going to swim, but then the fact I couldn't get him back out of the water as Samir is over top of him, because Samir's using his water walking, so he's standing and just hammering downward at him as he's trying to get up onto the barge.
He was trying to climb up on the barge. He was trying to climb up the barge, and I was like, well, that's a reaction, stab. And he fell back into the water.
Yeah.
This was also when Dagana got shot in the back.
Again.
Up
Yep.
with
Yeah, this was the second
What's
time
the
I got shot in the
poison
back.
arrow, lest you forget?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
So
the poison
what-
arrow.
Remember
what-
when we talked about the spore and the rolling of the arrow in the spore juice?
So Itzop took that coded arrow, was shooting at someone else. Critical failed. Dagana failed the reaction saving throw, or however we were doing it in those days. And so Dagana took this arrow coated with, I had made it so that it was the same poison as the gas spore normally is, which is a nasty poison if it runs its course. But so it hits Dagana in the back again. Now, no one saw technically from the characters' perspectives. None of the other characters saw Itzop make the shot that hit Dagana.
But we did see the direction the arrow came.
Yes. But so what happened after the boss guy was easily dealt with and killed, and Itzop's player Chatia had to leave because at this point it was like 2 a.m. So she had to leave, and I sent her a whisper and said, okay, if anyone challenges you on it, would Itzop lie and say she wasn't the one who shot Dagana? It must have been someone else, or would she admit to it? And Chatia said, given how thin of ice she's already on, she would try to lie. So Vander lay on hands away the poison disease from the spore poison just like that. So we didn't get to play with that. Fuck that ability. But then,
Sorry.
hey,
everything.
it's in. It's always Vander who ruins everything. Let's be honest. But then Samir, like, you challenged her, right?
Yep.
And so
This was just a really frustrating mechanic. just rolling again. Like, I don't know. I don't know how that should really work.
It was
So-
an insight against the lie.
Yeah.
So I
that
made
was
Samir roll against, insight check against Itzop's persuasion roll, and I had when Itzop had mentioned when Chatia had said Itzop will lie, I said, okay, send me, do a private roll just to me so I know what the baseline is going to be. And she did that right before she logged off, and it was a natural 20. I even captured it in the log so I could prove it if I had to. So Samir rolls his insight and got a pretty good
I got
number.
a fucking 18.
Yeah.
Which was a 20 goddamn something for me.
And so I said to Samir, there's something in your mind, it just doesn't feel right, but at the same time, you believe her when she says she didn't shoot that arrow that hit Dagana. And so then Samir Jake had to figure out how he was going to role play that, which I think is maybe the hardest thing he's had to do.
It's ridiculous. Like, it was ridiculous.
See, even to this day, he doesn't like it.
Like, it's like the worst feeling I've ever had playing this game. This and being blind were the worst two. Just awful experiences.
I don't know, like, this one was relatively short-lived. It would be interesting if Itzop was still one of our active players, what it would have led to as time went by. I think being blind, which is, in one of the VODs that you can see, I think that was a very interesting time for Samir.
It was interesting for Samir, was absolutely just not fun for me.
But you got to go on a horse backwards. That was neat.
There were some funny moments, but most of it was just absolute frustration.
And then you got almost eaten by some sort of
While I was
tiger
blind.
creature.
Yeah, that would have been, if you had died during all of that, that probably would have been a kind of like, fuck this DM. Seriously? And I would have understood that.
I was pretty sure he was dead.
Yeah, there was a point. But also on this, once the same guy that they, sort of boss character, this Aileron, who was supposed to be a lot harder than he turned out to be, they found another one of these sort of crystal things that was exhibiting the same sort of behavior as the other one. This one was a little cracked, though. So they figured, okay, I guess we'll go see what was going on with the third lieutenant, right? That was the next step. And so
I don't actually recall this part very well.
Well, so you went to one of the other taverns.
Tavern, yeah.
Where he was supposed to be.
Right,
it was
water
all
down there.
toppled over and fucked up, but he wasn't there.
Right,
we
and we ended the session there.
Right, we ended the session just as you'd sort of gotten in the door.
Yes.
No. There's a whole, like, thing about, like, trying to smash the fucking...
That comes...
Crystal?
We're not there
Sidewalk?
yet. We're not
That's
there yet.
later.
I got that. We're coming right to that, but... So at this point, these three players of Samir, Dagana, and Vander had went into this tavern to sort of figure out what was going on. This was where they were supposed to, apparently Donovan, the big muscled guy, lieutenant, was supposed to be there and they were going to take him out. But this was the day prior. When they got there, the place looked an absolute mess. And Itzop, the elf, broke off from the party. Didn't tell anyone where she was going. Just bamf. She was gone. So the players found out that there had been this huge brawl between the Donovan guy and a dwarf of some sort, like a short dwarf, but who had this crazy looking sword that he was carrying on his back. But they had just been like a fist fight brawl, and they'd broken chairs and tables and everything like that, and it ended with the dwarf being thrown through the window by this huge Donovan guy, who, when they went outside to try and find where he'd landed, the dwarf was gone.
It sounds sort of ridiculous to me now that we checked outside the window whether he was still there.
Yep, you did.
But we did do that.
You did do that. And I think did you learn the dwarf's name?
I think we learned the dwarf's name, and we learned that Donovan was over in the medical.
So, yeah, you learned that the dwarf's his name was Kekon. And that Donovan, the big muscled guy, had just gone literally across the street. Well, let me scroll up here. So we're actually just across from the brewery. So this is the tavern we're talking about that was all messed up. And they learned that Donovan had just sort of gone across the street to this this was called the Academy of Scholars. It was a big, tall, sort of like Mage Tower type building. Wait.
This is when Itzop came back.
Ooh, yeah, but wait a minute. Where is he? I don't want to miss him. I'm just checking my notes here. Because then there's we get into a stream of events here, but...
Well, this is where we meet Charlie.
Right. That's right. And I think it was Dagana who meets Charlie first. Because I have my line in my notes here is...
No, we were in a group when we met Charlie, because there's...
Right, I have part 9... Section C. Dagana intimidates a low-level warden.
Yeah, we got into a fight, and he was the only guy left.
Okay, so you came outside. That's what it was. You came outside. Itzop comes back. And you're like, what the fuck are you doing? And...
Yeah, Samir went at her like really suspicious. Like, where the hell have you been?
Right,
You know?
and she didn't reveal anything to Samir. but she chose to try and confide in Vander.
And
Did
I
she?
don't remember this though.
Yep.
She was like, "Hey, like I don't think that they can be trusted, you know."
But I think you're an upstanding guy. So what I think it is these crystal things that you've found on the two wardens, I think they're like some sort of location device, tracking device, communication device, whatever. So I took the one. I think she's sleight of handed it. I don't remember how she got a hold of it.
No, because she inspected. We all were trying to inspect it, and she was the one that figured it out.
Yeah, we were inspecting it outside of the thing, and then she
was the only one who succeeded on the roll, and so she still had it and then left. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I don't remember specifically what happened because we had the cracked one and we had the real one.
No, she had the real one.
I gave the one that was still working to Samir. He inspected it for a second and then threw it.
Yeah, I threw it on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then she must have picked it up.
And then I tried to kick it and break it.
And you failed.
And I failed, and she picked it up.
Right. That's right.
And then we just kept moving on.
Right. So it turns what she confided in Vander was after she'd picked it up, this crystal stone that she thought was a communication device. She then, while the players were in the tavern figuring out what had happened, she went back up north to Cooper Woodard's place.
Okay, so we've got this out of order then. We were attacked as we came upon the bar. We were attacked beforehand.
By a group. Yes. Okay.
We were attacked beforehand by the group.
So
Yes.
they
How did they find us?
Yeah, how did they know
That's
we
right.
were back in the city somehow? And they came right
so
to
they were initially here when they fought the guy who they told to swim and all of that stuff that upset me because my NPC was underwhelmed. That was here on the docks. They went up through. There's an entrance in the wall here, and passed through. Went back down through the city.
We got into a fight like right here.
You got into that's right. Because you were coming back in the direction. Your ultimate goal was to get to the tavern, but I think it was a little bit past the gates. You got into a fight that was within the sight here of the City Watch's main tower, which will become important a little bit later. And it was with a group of wardens, and there was this. How do they know exactly where we are? Sort of to exactly pinpoint location. And there was only one who was still left, who was a very low level. He had I think he had a pair of shorts on and sandals, and he was basically fodder. And he was the only one left alive at the very end. And I don't remember.
Okay, so from here,
It was just like the randomest thing that just sort of happened.
I said, "What is your name?"
Yeah.
And you said something, and I said, "Okay, Charlie."
Which was not his name. It was nothing close to Charlie.
I was like, "Listen to Dagana. She's gonna help you out." And Dagana convinced him that to leave his life of wardenship and I gave him like some spare things so that he could put on a thing.
Priestly vestiges.
And she told him to tell Dooley to give him a job, and he'd be good as long as he never went back to a life of crime. And you the whole time you're like, "My name's not Charlie," and I was like, "Charlie now. You are now Charlie. You are leaving your old life behind. Be Charlie."
They basically convinced him to go into witness protection.
Yep.
So that piece of combat resolved with only Charlie being left alive and sent off. And then at the end of that combat, they were like, "I don't understand what's going on." So they took out those crystals that they had taken off of the lieutenants, and each one of them did an Arcana check or an investigation, anything they could think of, and their rolls were absolute dog shit.
Well, all of our intelligences were -1 at that point.
True.
Yeah. Except for, and so at one point, Samir got frustrated and threw one of the
I tried to throw it on the ground,
Right.
and it didn't break. And then I was like, "You fucking thing," and kicked it really hard, and it just flew off. And then we
And
were
didn't Vander try to smash one?
Vander?
That was afterwards, after she took the other one.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Okay, so Samir tried to break one on the ground by just throwing it. It kind of, loose bounced. So he tried to kick it, and that didn't work so well. And then Itzop, the elf, picked it up. Her insight roll or arcana check, whichever it had been, was a fairly good one. And she sort of pieced together what it was. And as soon as she did, that's when she left.
Yeah, she just
Left
took
without
off.
a word. Left without a word.
And at this point, I believe
Didn't we
Did we
take a
fight?
rest?
we fight some more or something.
No,
Anyway,
we just
what-
went.
what
This is when
happened
we went
was-
to the tavern.
Yeah, this is no. We went to the tavern before, and then we came back out, and then we had this conversation.
No.
This was
Nope.
on the way to the tavern.
Yeah, this was on the way. Because then you go, the three of you sort of like, fine. Like, I remember I remember as the DM going, oh shit. This feels like a real schism. Like,
Okay,
I feel
yeah.
like I honestly have 3 players who want to play together, and they do not want to play with the 4th. And I don't know if it's their really good role playing right now, and they're like, yeah, our characters don't like this character, but in real life we're still friends, or if they're actually pissed off at one another. I didn't know. And the three of you were just like, fine, fuck her, let her run off. We don't care. She's always been a nuisance, stabbing us in the back, etc., etc., etc. And you guys continued to go on to the tavern. And I know that Itzop was definitely not with you in the tavern because she had more information about what had happened there that she never imparted because she was never there.
Gotcha.
So she ran off. So, and we've talked about what happened there in the tavern. The key point is they found out the Donovan guy was possibly right across the street. What Itzop had done when she ran off was she went straight north to Cooper Woodard, the guy who I
Lied.
assume playing on her grudge. Had lied about how much money he had available. And so she initially tried to... no, what she did was...
Placed the rock inside of a window and then got her bat to like move it inside and drop it inside like a drawer on the floor or something ridiculous.
Right. She sort of slid it underneath an opening in a window, and it dropped then onto a desk. And then she sent her bat into the room and had the bat sort of scoot it as much as possible with, like, I think the bat had a strength score of like 2 or something like that. Had the bat scoot it so it knocked into like a waste bin or a drawer or something on the side.
It was a struggle, whatever it was.
And then she came back.
I remember laughing about that struggle.
This poor bat.
Because we made the bat do rolls. I remember, bat rolls of some sort. Bat rolls.
It was bad. I remember because you had to hand draw the whole like.
Yeah, I didn't have a map.
well,
I
that's
had
like-
no idea she was going to do that.
Well, she came back because, like, you didn't change the map for her, but she came back and then was like, told us that the crystals were communicating.
Told Vander,
Yeah.
and I overheard it.
So
Oh,
she
yeah,
came
and
back.
Amanda was like,
And like
you
she
did
was
what?
talking to him, and I kept on interrupting the conversation every time she revealed something scandalous.
Yeah. So what happened was
Getting
she
mad,
came back.
and I was like, "What are you gonna do? I can hear it for infinity."
She came back as though nothing had happened. Samir challenged her, and she didn't want to talk to Samir. And she decided she would talk to Vander because he was an upstart guy. She trusted him. So she confided in Vander that she had figured out that these were some sort of communication stones. And at that point, Samir did a perception check to if he could overhear it from, he was, 20, 30 feet away? Something like that?
I was like 15 feet at first, and then it was 20, and then it was 30.
Right, right. She kept trying to move Vander a little bit further away so they could have this conversation, as
I
Samir
basically
kept
was-
interjecting.
I think I said anything you And you want to say to me, you can also say to them. They're just
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
something like that.
He gave up and just told him.
Right.
And then she
And
told
so she
everyone.
told him, that these were communication stones and that she had dropped it. She had gone and gotten rid of it. It was okay, fine. Now she just, threw it in. And she told you where she had put it, thinking
said
that
it as
everyone would be
And
fine with
told
that.
us- and told us what she thought it was and how those guys tracked us. And like she was totally like it was totally something that we'd be okay with. Samir
Basically,
lost his
She
shit.
had set up Woodard to get totally boned by these wardens.
And this goes back to again Samir and the whole Dockmaster thing. You're basically killing this guy. That's what your actions are. You killed these people. He was
So
not
then we
happy.
went over to Woodard and knocked on his door, and
Yeah, then he
So-
went so we went straight there, and then you were like, "Oh shit!" And then he like MS painted a map.
Because he couldn't find it.
I
He
had
spent like 10 minutes trying to find it.
a map, and to this day, I still cannot find the interior of Woodard's house.
because we'd used it originally
Yes.
when we went to visit
We
him.
had it had a central corridor, and then it had rooms on either side, and I couldn't find it. And so they went in, and at first they were like trying to figure out ways to do things stealthily, and
I remember being at the window and like this like fully mailed gloved guy like, what am I supposed to do? Get in this window and figure out where the stone is. And then I think
Just went
Dagana
inside.
knocked on the door or something.
Just went inside.
I don't even think so. I think we tried not to wake him up so that he wouldn't be alarmed or whatever. So we just lockpicked it.
yes, Dagana
I'm
picked the
pretty
lock.
sure Dagana kissed him on the nose.
Yeah.
Or licked his nose.
And
he woke
Dagana-
up and Dagana went and talked to him.
Right.
That's
So
what
I went to sneak in so that he wouldn't wake up and freak out while you
That's
guys
what it
were
was.
fucking.
And he woke up anyways, and he
But I
thought
covered
he
his
was-
mouth.
He was dreaming. He thought he was dreaming.
Yes,
And was
I covered his
totally
mouth and I told him to be quiet.
Sexy dream.
And then he was making moves.
he
Well,
seemed a little like he seemed a little drunk. He
Yeah,
seemed
And
like
Vanna
he
were trying to find the stupid crystal.
right. Whereas Samir, so Dagana played sort of distraction. She kept Woodard occupied, while Samir searched the inside of the house, and Vander and Itzop were sort of outside trying to figure out a way to get the window open, which failed totally.
I was just totally useless the entire time. Like this dumb popsicle outside, be like, what?
And it was
And I
Samir.
finally-
Samir finds it, right?
and I leave the room or leave out, and I try to break it again.
Yeah.
I
This
stepped
is
outside
well.
and I
He's
tried to
he's
break
you
it.
said like, "Hey, we're leaving." Like I remember, like you actually like.
right. Yep. Samir walked down the corridor and said to Dagana, "Okay, got it. We're going." And that's when like Woodard was a little confused, still a little hazy, and that's when Dagana kissed him on the cheek or
No, I licked him on the nose,
licked him on the nose.
and then
Yeah,
left.
Good night.
He was just like, oh.
And so Samir immediately got outside, and then you.
And tried
Tried
to
to smash the
smash
thing
it.
again
Tried to
on
throw
the
it, smash it on the ground.
yeah, it didn't work, and then you tried to get Vander to do it.
And I was like, Xander, will you just break this thing?
I tried to smash it. I
With a
think I was
hammer.
successful, but
With your
people
hammer.
came outside.
City
and
Watch.
were like,
The
what are you
City
doing?
Watch came.
The
Like,
City
"I'm
Watch came.
practicing."
Yeah,
And he's like, I was practicing.
that was his
That-
excuse.
And that's when we were like, and she's just like, and then we were like, what the fuck were you doing? She was like, he lied to me. And we were all just like, you've been lying to us this whole time. And you're going to get this guy killed because he lied to you over money? Like the littlest thing? You've literally shot people in the back, lied to us, admitted a bunch of stuff. And we were just blown away by that hypocrisy. We just
Oh, the other like lying thing that happened was when she sent the bat to go figure out what was happening with whatever. There was like specific omissions of what he said or something like that. That was the other.
yeah.
She also
'Cause you-
hit me in the
there was
back.
like a
before,
specific-
too.
Sorry, what's that?
There was a fight where she shot me in the back before that.
We covered that one.
Yeah, we covered that. Both of them.
covered that.
We got both of them.
Okay.
What I have in my notes here is Samir finds the 2 stones and immediately takes them out to the street to have Vander smash them with his hammer. Vander does so, but in doing, alerts the city watch. And Vander tries to persuade them that he's just practicing, but fails the rolls. But Dagana convinces the watch that they're foreigners, so they do things differently. That's what my notes say.
Well, it's not a lie.
So, having smashed them, and there's still all this tension of what they're, with Itzop and whatnot. We are getting, I know we're getting a little bit, we're at about midnight Eastern, but we're sort of getting close to the start of...
Fast forward and we go back to find Donovan.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's
it's a
exactly
water
where we are. So they go back to the academy, the large tower, to find Donovan. This
is actually a tough fight.
This one was bad. Yeah, this one was really bad.
This one was amazing. I loved this.
This
fight.
was a great fight, but it was
was great.
We entered into the thing.
I'll
I
bring
don't
it up here
remember
for
how
chat.
the fight started.
There was
It started with that Vander could hear. Well, go ahead. You retell it how you remember it.
I don't remember how it started, but I remember all of the middle and the end.
Yeah,
I think what happened was we heard people discussing, but we didn't walk in all the way yet.
Yeah, we heard
And
him.
went around and then attacked Donovan while he wasn't expecting it, from the side, something like that.
We heard him threatening or trying to get them to give him some health potion or something like that. And
So
I think I just went straight in and said surrender.
And I went around
the
because I was
players
not about that life.
the players came in from here, from
I
the top.
Vander trying to fucking stiff arm that table, at a giant ass table. Tried to stiff arm this motherfucker.
That's probably 200 pounds
so he
solid.
could fucking hit Donovan.
So the character Donovan was here, and there were a couple lackeys here and here. There was a creature in this cage, and some low-level individuals, just like commoners sort of things. And they could hear Donovan talking from this where he was when they came in, but they couldn't see him. And instead of, Dagana chose to try and go around the side. Vander went sort of straight forward and immediately caught Donovan's eye, and combat began. And at one point, the details of everything that's happened are completely gone. But yes, Vander tried to push this table, he wanted to push it this way, I think.
Oh, he wanted to slide it.
He wanted to slide it out of the way
it.
so he could get in between into Donovan.
Yeah, I shoved it enough that I could get through to Donovan.
I just jumped on the table.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like a sweet slide or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think you critted. So you just did some power slide.
Yeah, it looks sick. If I remember.
That's the technical term.
I'm so sick, bro.
So Vander was here or something, fighting Donovan here.
Yeah.
And his lackeys were arrayed behind him. Dagana's sneaking around from behind. I come and I guess I jump and power slide across to fight as well. We get into this fight. We kill his lackeys. He's getting really, really wounded. He grabs a bunch of potions.
So there was a crate of potions right next to him.
Pops a couple and slams one on the ground. It's an oil slick. He runs off down these stairs down
These
here.
stairs, yeah.
Right.
Vander slips and falls. Me and Dagana are like, oh shit, and run off to follow him. So we're running downstairs.
I think, did I slip too? I don't know.
Oh, you didn't slip.
Okay.
I think you made the saving throw and I did not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Samir wasn't even affected by it.
Yeah,
Because,
Samir wasn't even
Yeah, because you were on the table.
area.
And so we following him down these stairs. Vander's stuck in this puddle like a metal turtle.
Yeah.
No, wait.
And he keeps trying to get up, but he's failing all of his.
I failed 2 checks, I think. Like, I moved a little bit forward, but could not get up or something.
Yeah.
But it took me forever to get out of this oil slick.
But we run downstairs to start some more combat. So me and Dagon are in combat at this point. I think Arasi is with us or something. Or not Arasi, it's
No, yes.
Yes, she definitely is.
She's
Here,
with us.
here, hang on. I do have the map of the study. Because this is important. There's some situational, there was a lot of situational combat that went on with this entire thing that has led to long-lasting.
So we get down these stairs, there's a dead dude.
Here you go. Just wait a sec. Be patient.
And then
Here we go.
Yeah, there's that dead dude.
there's the dead guy.
Donovan murdered this guy, ran over here looking for potions in this area over here after having killed this guy too.
So basically, the players had done a lot of damage to him, and he was just looking for health potions to try and top himself back
he was
up.
just drinking potion after potion in this rack of potions when we came downstairs to find him. Dead guy here, obviously, dead guy here, and this big old thing. We don't know what the fuck that is. We just had to make a charisma save or a wisdom save or something.
It was a very large mirror that had sort of this swirl. It was made of glass, but this swirling greenish, ethereal something. And they had to make saving throws, and
I
it's
didn't
up.
have to, I don't think, because I thought it was gross.
You did. We just didn't have to have.
Oh, mine was just super low, I guess.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was like
It's up
almost
had disadvantage. It's up had disadvantage against it.
So me and Grace, or me and Dagana, handle this thing fine, and we're going after Donovan. That's when It's Up comes in, and she fails her save because she has to make it with disadvantage. So she's just walking towards this mirror constantly, and we're like, "What the fuck are you doing? There's this guy over here," but we don't really like deal with it. So we're fighting Donovan. Donovan's blowing on his goddamn horn.
Donovan had a horn of blasting.
Honk, honk, honk. It's Up is like already inside and got
Partially
swallowed up
inside,
by the
yeah.
mirror. Donovan honks his horn one more time, rolls a 1, and
He rolled whatever it is that triggers the horn of blasting to blow the shit out of itself.
it
Before
blew
this-
up,
And
it
I was just like,
exploded his head.
okay.
It exploded in his head, just all
yet.
over us.
Because Vander tried to get down the stairs and then fucking
Slipped.
So
failed.
I slipped
Failed.
down the stairs.
He finally
Oh,
got out of the.
And he just
the
fucking
oil.
fell. He just fell down the
just
stairs.
slipped, and Olaf was like, "Okay, now you're going downstairs covered in oil. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw."
and I
And
didn't.
he failed and rolled down the stairs.
So I'm right here over next to this dead body. And I believe that Dagana is over here somewhere next to Donovan, and you got knocked out. You were
Yeah,
past-
like during that fight. That's
Yeah,
when
because
like
I didn't get knocked out during the fight. There was
I
an-
did though.
Dagana did.
Yeah, Dagana did. She was
Yeah.
knocked down, right?
and then he blows on his horn, and Samir's somewhere over here.
I'm just right. I'm right here,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
But
correct.
you're still
And then
standing.
this fucking thing shatters.
and this
When he
thing.
lost-
back here-
Samir used his last amount of healing or a potion or something to at least stabilize Dagana. I think it was healing, but I remember Dagana was definitely on the ground because that
Yeah,
was
she
important.
She was unconscious. I didn't use my last amount, but I used some on her, and
to bring her back to at least some
retcon
health
a little
points.
bit to go back. I used some healing on the guys upstairs as well
That's right, you did.
because some of them got killed
Got hurt. Yeah.
or knocked unconscious, and I resurrected two
Some
of
of
them.
the bystanders. One of them, only one. The
I
old
think there's
man.
only one.
Old man.
And then we came back downstairs, and all this happened. I stabilize her with healing word, and this explodes.
So what happened? What happened was Samir in the sort of the last round, or what would become the last round of combat. I think Samir was early in the round. He used hit some healing. It doesn't really matter if it was the last amount on Dagana to bring her back from 0 hit points to whatever, some.
Something. Yeah,
But she was still on the ground prone, and that's important. And then so Samir's turn, like maybe he did that as a bonus action, or I don't know. His turn ended. Then it became Donovan, the boss's turn, who was really fucked up and just thought, all right, I'm gonna blow my horn of blasting again, and whatever happens happens. Otherwise there's no way I'm getting out of this unless I do something drastic. So he blows the horn of blasting. It does a stupid amount of damage.
It was like 20 damage or something ridiculous that happened one time when we were upstairs.
Oh no, it didn't do any damage to you guys because I rolled on the D100 or whatever it is, and the roll that I got was the blow your head off, or the horn self-destructs. And so since he was blowing on it, I'm like, okay, it explodes his head as the horn shatters. But it sends this shockwave throughout the room that knocks out Samir and causes not only the mirror to crack, but also causes this, what seemed like a lamp at the back of the room.
I didn't get knocked out at this point, by the way.
Okay.
No, it was from...
No, yeah, that's right. You didn't get knocked out. It brought your health really low.
I was mostly fine. The thing that really fucked me up came afterwards.
Was these shards.
Yeah.
Shard, you had to roll a dex save. You had me and Grace roll a dex save. But I was like, Grace is on the floor. She wouldn't get hit by
Yeah, I'm on the floor
right.
behind the table.
So because Dagana was on the ground, that's why she didn't have to make the save. So this glass ball here exploded with the horn through shards in a 360-degree arc. And Vander's on the ground.
And behind this wall.
And behind a wall. Arasi Itzop at this point is already here at the mirror.
No, she's in the mirror because it cracked at this point.
Yeah, she's inside.
Sorry. She was, when the horn of blasting went off, she was thrown into the mirror.
That's right.
And she passed through it, into it. Correct. The crystal ball down there shatters, sends shards flying through the room.
I failed my dex save.
Samir fails.
I had to roll a D12 or something. I got
Correct.
6. And I had 6 shards embedded in my back.
No, you rolled you failed the saving throw, and then you had to make another roll for where the shards embedded in you, which was your shoulders, was what your roll result was. And there were much worse options on the list.
And then that brought his health even lower.
And then I freaked out about having shards in my back and had Vander rip one out of me, and that did so much damage I fell unconscious.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Dagana was rummaging in this thing over here, found a potion, and
Dagana found a red potion.
Yeah,
she found a red one and a purple one, and didn't know what they would do, and she just took the risk and
poured the red one in your mouth.
Yep.
And I had no healing left at this point, obviously.
Right.
Stabilized me to 1 HP.
I believe it was a potion of regeneration.
Yes.
It was where you roll. If you roll your hit dice, you
gain the maximum. Right.
Whatever that was, and you just ruled that it would give me 1 HP.
Yeah, enough to definitely stabilize you or cause an automatic stabilization.
And that's when we took a rest, healed, talked to the old man, and set this dude free.
There's a little guy in there, yeah.
Wunzier. He was a goblin.
Yep.
And he was cool. He's really funny. Sweet.
He was a funny guy.
And then I let him out. And then there was a creature in here that was like fucking nuts and super, super feral. And I was like, oh, no, I'm not going to touch that. And so we let the little goblin go.
Right.
The old man was saying something that he had an assistant that could possibly help.
The
Yeah.
old man who Samir had saved
Avaya was the apprentice's name.
said that this guy, whose study this apparently belonged to, who had been the one who had found this mirror and all this, like he created all this. He had an assistant who had recently left because under this sort of dark cloud of the old man was kind of inappropriate or trying to
was a little
recapture,
lecherous.
Yes.
lecherous, trying to recapture old dreams or some. It wasn't really clear what
You
the
wanted to like bang an elf, right? Something like that.
there were connotations dealing with elves. Yeah.
Connotations to that effect.
And so they got this name of someone to seek out that might know more about that. And Vander helped the old man to sort of to tend to the dead that had been sort of slain by Donovan. I'm just checking notes here. Yep. So at one point, Vander experimented with touching the mirror, and Samir could feel that in his back as Vander sort of touched the mirror. That's how they sort of put the link together between whatever that mirror structure was and the things that were in Samir's back. But to this day, he has not been able to get them out.
You got one out.
That's
after it almost killed you. And then you tried to file them down or something like that.
The plan was to find a jeweler that could do so, but then we decided, okay, that might not be so great.
Well, because we went from here straight to Tifana.
No,
I
you
think.
didn't. You as soon as you came out the door,
There was a fight.
you were ambushed by another group of wardens that
Oh my
looked
God.
that was like a
I remember
stupid
that
number
feeling. I was just like, no, dude.
because that horn of blasting could be heard for miles, presumably. However, not just heard by enemies, but maybe by allies as well, as both Katarina, who you'd met before, and then this short dwarf with this wicked-looking sword sort of joined the battle on your side and made absolute short work of this group that had waylaid you. And they sort of, explained to you that it was no longer safe to be on the streets. Your names were known in addition to theirs, and they sort of said the best thing to do, like they suggested you come back with them to their base of operations, or their, sort of secret hideout, I guess would be the easiest way to put it.
Shut up. Secret hideouts are cool.
Right? It should have been a treehouse, now that I think about it.
Ah, man, the basement thing was sweet.
And so this was, I'll switch the scene here. It's not too important. And so it turned out they sort of led them through back alleys and, shadowy circumstances, that underneath this building here was where the faction called the Velhaladin had made a hideout, essentially. And as they went inside, they essentially walked in on this meeting of a lot of different people from around the city. Here we go. And so the people who were there was Dooley, the bartender, and his halfling assistant, Cotter, Tafana, the healer, and a wood elf that they'd never seen before. The pirate woman by the name of Sigrun Brownie Farnham, who they had met once before in the bar. I don't remember
she was
who
in the
talked to her, but it was very sort of incidental conversation. a dwarf woman by the name of Swanya, that tiefling who Dagana the tiefling they'd fought on like their very first day, named Silent, some really fat man who was apparently the city grocer, Kwong Ironroot, and then the three members of this Velhaladin, being Katarina, the dwarf who they just now met, and then a very large half-orc named Moss Redstrikes, and then a drow elf, in this sort of very strange meeting. And this is where Arasi, Miss Chaotica, joined the group for the very first time. I don't know if you guys have anything else you want to add to that as I pull up the thing.
I remember plopping down my hammer on the table where everyone was talking and looking very awkward.
Dagana and Silent got into
I straight up just attacked
That's right.
Silent.
got into a little scrap that had to be stopped.
That's right. As soon as Dagana saw that that Silent was even in the room, she just jumped, like hurdled the table,
Jumped on
went
the table,
right at her,
jumped onto the table to attack her.
and had to be, not forcibly stopped, but like
Convinced. to
somebody
stop.
got in between you guys, right?
Yep.
I think
And
it was
then
Red
there was conversation about what our plan was.
So we were in here. And you got a lot of backstory out of this.
Yep.
And I think this was when you all sort of realized you had...
all
You-
met this guy handing us red sand or warm sand or whatever.
So in all of their prologues, before they'd even started playing with one another, their story was that they had met this sort of a mysterious man, but with deep red skin, who, through the course of their various conversations, the one common thread was all of them had been given this pouch of very sort of fine sand that had this sort of warm property to it. It always felt warm. Yeah. And this sort of realization, there was this point where the drow was doing a lot of the talking, a lot of the explaining, and she was talking about who she served, some higher power, and she made it clear to everyone in the room, though they were talking, all the NPCs were talking about their various concerns within the city and whatnot, the drow made it clear that the players were involved in a much larger plan, scheme, than the sort of the petty politics of just this one city, and
She
that
agreed with me.
who agreed with you?
Petty
The drow.
politics.
Oh, right, yeah, and that among all of them, that the players were the most important people in the room, and the players sort of got, you were aggressive with the Velhaladin, the resistance faction, that really they hadn't done much. You had taken care of most of the problems, and there was a little pushback here or there, but for the most part they sort of agreed. The large issue, and it's just trying to summarize all of this is difficult, and thank you for sticking with us. The large issue became that the dwarf who had this very ornate blade, Kekon, that weapon was what was being sought by both the wardens, by the Whitecaps that were blockading the harbor. So the question became, what do we do with that? Do we try and get it out of the city? Do you try and some other option? I don't even remember all the different things that were thrown around. The pirate Brownie had said that she had a way that she could get past the blockade and maybe return with allies that would help to break it, but it would have to be a small force. Like she couldn't take very many people. And what I have written here was the group decided to try and use Kekon as bait to try and lure Eleonora out, and then sort of try and, like, all at once take her out with a sort of cut the head off the snake. Is that right? That's what I have written down here. Okay, so the sort of the group with this resolved, as this was their plan, this sort of, bait the trap. They sort of, the meeting broke up, but everyone agreed to stay within the compound because now they were all kind of wanted. Better to not to split up or anything like that. Vander, you talked with Brownie for a time, found out she was a foreigner, and she had, like, that they were based in some island or port town called Carmichael's Cove, and this was when Samir took the opportunity to sort of think something maybe was going on.
Oh, I was trying to get Vander and Brownie to hook up.
But Brownie really likes Samir, actually, I think was what happened. What we figured out.
She appreciated me taking whore baths in front of everybody, that's all.
That's all.
This was before being on a ship with him for a period of time. But then also Samir took the time to talk to Tafana about what had recently happened to him with these shards that are embedded in his back. And Arasi was a part of that conversation as well. And Arasi thought maybe her
she sent a pet familiar thing to go talk to her dryad friend
using her animal messenger ability, sort of sent word back home where she was from, which no one really knew where that was yet. And the message she got back suggested this might have something to do with the Feywild, that she should try and bring Samir to her homeland, and they might have solutions, something that could help him under, like, whatever she did. Don't try and remove them or anything like that. It'd probably kill him, and then be useless to everyone. Tafana, sort of like in talking about what they should do, Tafana suggested they try and find that. She suggested the alternate approach of trying to find that apprentice and seeing if she could reverse the process. But it seemed like Samir had kind of decided in going the opposite way.
Well,
we didn't really have any leads on where the apprentice.
Yeah, we had no idea where that was, and we were already sort of headed in this direction.
Right. So they
That's
decided
when we went to go to bed.
They decided
we went to go to bed.
They decided to rest and recuperate and be ready for this assault that they were going to lead. And when they woke up, they discovered that Dooley's assistant, Cotter, was gone. And the drow, by the name of Ishtar, just sort of calmly said that she believed that the halfling had probably gone to the water temple to tell Eleonora where everyone was and had betrayed them, and it was probably very little time before they'd be assaulted in this very location.
Vander was very suspicious of the Drow trying to, like, doing this herself, or, like, she was just trying to set up Cotter to be the scapegoat for it. So I don't remember how she convinced me otherwise.
Yep, I have, my notes are Vander, heated, angry words are exchanged between her and Vander. And the other, one of the other NPCs wasn't happy either. She explained it as this was the easiest way to force the wardens to make a move. That now they will definitely attack this location, and you could be sure that this is exactly where they will come. The idea of trying
prepared.
she said that the idea of trying to lure them to the marketplace was just with all the exits, and it couldn't be controlled, and it was a stupid place to try and launch an ambush. Whereas here, you could be prepared. There's only 2 entrances, maybe 3. So, then the players planned on what they were going to do. Dagana
and Katarina went up and stealthed around a little
Nope.
bit.
Dagana and
No.
Silent went
We
up.
set Katarina out
Yeah,
to try
Oh,
and get them from
Katarina
behind.
Katarina was doing some.
Katarina went out the eastern entrance. Dagana and Silent went up the southern one. And we're going to watch for groups coming in.
because the idea was this exit. I don't know what you can see, but this exit goes outside the city walls and is not a very likely place for them to approach. So most likely they were going to come from this way, but we wanted Katarina just to check outside the walls in case.
Right. That's right. And then didn't you move crates into
We moved one big box here
No.
to make like a little place that
We
a little
created a
more
little
witness.
hide.
a choke
Yeah,
point?
could come out and jab people if they came through. And we also set up like a fire trap in the hallway with oil and such.
Right. And so as it didn't take too long, as Dagana and Silent were up on ground level, they saw this group of wardens coming in, one of which was the target, Eleonora. And they went down into this sort of entrance, and they left a piece of animated armor was left to guard it, which Dagana and Silent took out and then sort of followed them down to try and attack from the flank, from behind. And Vander and Samir did a very good job of really preventing the wardens from being able to move out of this thin corridor
We
in
had a
here.
big fire here, so we cut off Eleonora and a couple.
Right, you split them in half.
We split them in half, and then it was just like the big armored dude, a couple of other people, and Silent and Dagana on this side.
Right, and Dagana and Silent got paired up with a knight, I think, of some sort, and
He was
he could,
basically the revenge guy that we made swim. He was basically him.
kind of, yeah, he could use his reaction to parry aside attacks, and he just kept parrying. He kept parrying a lot of Dagana's, and Silent kept missing her attacks. So Dagana got more and more frustrated that Silent wasn't doing shit because she already didn't like her, but she couldn't connect. And it got to the point where Dagana had like single-digit hit points,
Yeah.
and I don't remember if she got the killing blow or if Silent got the killing blow.
Silent got the killing blow. That's what really pissed me off.
Perfect timing to come back.
Right, and I explained that right, that she kept missing and you
Oh
kept
yeah, she
getting
wasn't doing
parrying,
shit. Like where
right?
she was like hitting everything like hard the first time we met. She wasn't doing anything this fight. She kept missing, or like she would hit, but it wouldn't do any damage
It
at
did
all.
like 2 damage. or
Right,
something
her
like that. I
damage
remember
rolls were
that.
terrible.
While me and Vander and the other guys were kind of just wailing on Eleonora and gang.
Yeah, and I got hit in the head with a frickin' crate. Thanks, Red.
Oh,
Cross.
that's right.
Stupid head.
So some
Moss.
things while the fight was going on, at some point they had sent a few of the other NPCs over here to watch in case there was, so in case the wardens tried to come through this sewer. And at one point, I think it was Brownie, one of the NPCs, came back and said someone's trying to come through. So the Drow and I think Arasi maybe
Yes.
went around to go and see what was happening. There was a point where one of the other NPCs that was helping Samir and Vander, his main weapon was a spear, I think, and he'd already thrown it.
He
And,
threw it.
and Samir, he didn't seem to know what he'd do next, and Samir said, just grab something and throw it. So he picked up one of these crates here, picked it up, and just threw it down this corridor, but Vander was taking up most of the space in the corridor.
I had to make a ducking. I had to make.
Yeah, you both had to duck
You had to
for
duck.
it, and
I think he shouted
I
duck
think
or
he
something.
shouted, I think
Yeah,
he shouted,
that's right. He
"Duck."
definitely shouted. Yeah.
And I couldn't hear because I'm fighting people in this like terrible cacophony of.
He mixes it. He misses his deck save. I hit it, and so like Moss just comes running up with this big barrel and throws it right into the back of fucking Vander's head.
Yep.
Oh god, it was so good. We still like, and after that we finish Eleanor off. Silent and Dagana finish off this guy.
And then you hear a huge explosion.
We hear a huge explosion when we rush over to the sound of it over here.
Right.
And find people in ash.
Yeah.
Right.
And then the drow is like in a bad way. Yeah.
Yep, there's so much sort of heat coming off this drow that as Dagana tries to sort of help her up, it burns like Dagana's skin just to try and touch her. And Samir sort of tries to start a healing ritual for everyone involved. It's going to take some time, and sort of as she's trying to keep her composure. The drow sent out some messages to some of the players. I don't know if all of them.
I got one, but I can't remember what it was.
Oh well,
Oh, did she send a separate one to you?
it was different. Yeah.
Each of us got different ones.
I didn't know that.
Yep. Which is all in their heads. So, and they have never talked about it, to my knowledge, with one another. And then it's just as Samir is still going through his ritual, he just can't finish it in time, and the drow just disappears into a puff or into a pile of sort of ash. All of everything she was wearing, all of her body just sort of dissolve into an ash pile, sort of fading from view. Getting over that trauma. And we're almost done, Chad, I promise. We are almost to where we started the show from. Vander, they go... Samir took the whip off of Eleonora's body, which turned out to be a magical one. That's sort of a small thing, but he still uses it nowadays. You guys did go back to the academy, the Academy of Scholars, where you had fought
I tried to
Donovan.
get the whip like identified.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Like-
Vander was helping with burying the dead that had happened there.
Because I promised him that I would help.
Right.
And then we went to the water temple.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember. Okay, so coming back from you went to the academy to try and get this identified, and then coming back from it, when you were leaving the academy, is where you ran into Katerina in a near-death state, sort of hobbling back, trying to get through an alleyway. And you all of you tried to help and heal her. And she explains that she had intercepted a group of wardens that were trying to come around the outer wall, and she'd taken care of most of them, but was knocked out from behind by one that she must have not have taken account of, and knocked unconscious. When she came to, she was in the water shrine, and in some sort of strange room with this crazy looking portal, and there's this really kind of lecherous guy that was talking all this bullshit, and she realized this is just sort of a base male and realized, he was more interested in sex or whatever than money, and she used that against him. She didn't really explain how, but she said she was able to not only kill this lech, but she was able to sort of, in what she thought, disable this portal mechanism that seems to be how she had learned from the guy that this was how wardens kept coming into the city once this portal had been established. And she thought she'd broken it and smashed it. But she really didn't know. Magic and those sort of things were not her forte. And so to get her off the streets, Dagana took Katerina to the nearby Einar, the smith that we talked about earlier on, and to get her sort of in some place that wasn't visible or a known hideout or something like that. And unless I'm wrong, hello cat,
Meow.
that should be where our first episode kicks off. Am I wrong?
Did it kick off with us?
I have, in my notes, I have stop. From this point on, the story of the party is available in video on demand format on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Nice. We did it. We
Hooah.
made it. 5 hours later.
Well, that was a
6
full
hours.
show.
Yeah.
That was
6
long.
Hey, we didn't have any video issues, so
My God.
And I think, did we miss any big points that we keep referring back to? I think we got them all.
I think we got them all.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
I can hear Rossi's voice through the fucking crystals.
Oh, that's true.
But that has only come up, we've shown that during the stream, haven't we?
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
I know of it.
Well, just like that it is Itsop in the mirror and
Yeah.
she's talking. We
That's true.
sort of
Come
confirmed
up,
that with
but this is the origin of it, and
yeah.
how I discovered it was I hear Itzav's voice sometimes.
Yep. Which we'll continue to explore as time goes by. So hopefully next week we'll be back to everything being regular. We will do a DM prep session no matter what on Wednesday evening, and then on Friday hopefully we'll have episode 17. Everyone will be healthy with stable internet connections and no family issues for Thanksgiving.
Yay!
Who knows?
All right, I'm leaving. Bye. I like you. Bye.
We'll see you next week, guys. Thanks for checking out, and if you're on YouTube watching this now, continue on to episode 1 and everything will be seamless. Otherwise, we'll see you next week. Thanks. Good night.